Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul. Earlier in the show, we asked you which team will receive the biggest crowd buff, DRX, FPX, Leviatán, or Loud. The results are in, and you said, drumroll please, DRX! But it was kind of close though, don't you think?
Yeah, it came down to the wire. I feel like this might have just been a...
This is rigged.
Which Twitter fan base is the biggest that looks at these polls? But DRX...
Retweeted.
I mean, people love stacks.
Yeah, but also even more, it's which region's awake. It's the only Asian team still in the tournament. Sorry, I'm leaking.
The poll
All
is
right.
legit.
Well, we're going to feed off that energy here at the desk because it is time to get this day started. We've got 4 of the world's best teams ready to take the stage in front of a live audience, and you do not want to miss a second of the action. Valorant Champions Istanbul, Day 9 starts right now. Let's go.
쉽지 않은 여정이었지만 이번 챔스에서는 달라졌다는 걸 좀 보여주고 싶어요.
Realmente tô orgulhoso de mim e do time por ter saído da fase de grupos.
No one in the game's history has won 2 titles yet.
I think I want to really build a legacy.
If you want to be here, you really have to want it.
This is our time. This is our time to be champions.
Le he metido demasiadas horas al juego, nunca he descansado, siempre he querido ser el mejor.
Eu acho que os players da Leviatán são todos muito skilllados. Eu queria enfrentar eles algum dia e agora vai chegar a hora.
Va a ser algo único porque lo vamos a aprovechar al 100, nos vamos a sacrificar el doble de lo que veníamos haciendo y vamos a estar más que preparados.
Pode esperar o melhor da nossa equipe, a gente vai tentar dar o nosso melhor jogo.
Nunca aflojen, siempre sigan para adelante, independiente del resultado. Nunca recriminarse cosas.
Deem seu melhor no jogo.
이겼을 때 심정은 이제 그냥 말할 수 없고 일단은 챔스에서는 플레이오프를 진출한 적이 없었기 때문에
Feels good to qualify. We just expected this result, to be honest. Our overall performance this year has been unbelievable. We love DRX. It's always good games against them. They have like a super unique style. Hopefully we can just put one up against them.
이번 챔피언스에서는 쉬운 팀은 없을 거라 생각하고 아직 만족하지 않은 상태로 더욱더 높은 성과를 낼 수 있도록 더욱더 노력하겠습니다.
Sekiz takım, bir şampiyon. İstanbul'a hoş geldiniz.
Well, with that, we are ready to kick off the first day of playoffs here at Champions Istanbul. The crowd is ready, and now all we have to do is activate the stage.
Leviatán. Loud. DRX. FPX.
All right, now that our first stage of playoffs is activated, let's dive right into map select.
It's going to be interesting to see where Loud want to head with this ban. They haven't wanted to play Pearl yet, but Haven tends to be their perma. It's a map that Leviatán would likely be willing to play, but their choice lands with Pearl.
Yeah, super interesting, I think, because like you said, they like to ban Haven. I think Leviatán has shown that they want to play Haven this event. I think Loud's goals in this map veto should be try to move Leviatán away from playing the maps that they played so far. Haven, Ascent mostly, and then Bind as well. Try to put them in an uncomfortable spot because group stages can be deceiving, and so far they've only won those 3 maps.
Yeah, it has been very much where Leviatán just has their comfort places, and Icebox will be a bit of a new one here for them on the international stage. Loud head there as their very first choice. Like I was mentioning, they're yet to show this one internationally whatsoever, so for Leviatán, so it's a bit of a question mark on Icebox.
Yeah, it's interesting pick for Loud. I think they had some success here at Reykjavik. I think they had some failures here at Copenhagen, specifically against Guild, but it was a close game and one that could have gone either way. So I think going back here is just fine for them, and again, they do achieve that goal of moving at least to one map that Leviatán has not played yet.
Yeah, now Leviatán get the choice between their 2 favorite maps. Do they want the Haven or do they want the Ascent? I think it's a solid choice either way. For Haven here, this has been one where they have looked quite good, and Loud have not really played a ton of it. They looked fine playing their big race composition, but I definitely have more
Loud
faith
milih
in what Leviatán has shown
milih Haven,
particularly with how they play in the mid round, how slow they've been on the attacking side while still having that big kind of execute power of King on the race.
Yeah, I think this last set of bans is going to be really interesting, right? Because you have Bind, Breeze, and Ascent. Obviously, to me, my goal here would be to not go towards Ascent, even though that's one of Loud's best maps, because Leviatán's look really, really good there. You're comfortable if it goes there, but you do kind of try to lean it in another direction if you're Loud.
Yeah, I think they would definitely.
Congrats, Colby.
They actually elect to go into probably the Ascent here. Loud is very solid on Breeze, and it's something that Leviatán also have not really been playing internationally. That will probably be where they want to go. Yeah. Ascent is their pretty favorite map at the end here. This veto is looking quite favorable for Leviatán.
Yeah, they've been playing Ascent just constantly, right? Yeah. I mean, they played it in both their series that they had. And so I'm looking to see what Loud has on this map even more than they always have, because this is also their best map. So they're happy to be here, but for me, I think this is slightly a failure for Loud. It doesn't mean that they're disadvantaged. I don't think that this veto leans in any direction, but I just think that there could have been an attempt to put Leviatán off their game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do like, though, that Leviatán do float the Ascent to the end instead of first picking it. I think Haven will be a little bit kind of more one-sided, at least in way of the history, but Loud do come in with that advantage of not having to have shown too much on that map, and Leviatán has
Juga
played
Pratama,
quite
welcome
a
back to
lot of
Definition
it.
Silver.
Either way the series goes, I would expect us to see Ascent.
And we've seen teams before have the advantage in map pick.
Itu yang tengah siapa sih? Casternya cakep nih.
Clear advantage in map selection, and it still doesn't turn out for them, even on their own pick.
Yeah, it's, I mean, actually a lot of times at these international events with the footage that you
have,
siapa,
guys?
the different metas
yang di tengah casternya siapa? Di playoff doang nih.
Flip constantly.
Yeah, and for Loud as well, sorry, they're
Udah
one of
ada
those
crowd
teams
tuh di belakang
that
tuh.
has been known to sometimes pivot their comps just a little bit, so it's interesting to see what they do in Haven.
Yep. Well, we're going to take a quick break.
But Chrissy Kosanza against the current vokalis. Kok dia bisa jadi caster?
Want to miss it? Go to the bathroom now. We're getting into it right after this.
Kok bisa ada Chrissy Kosanza? Gue tahu. Gue kenal against the current. Hah? Emang dia sejak kapan dia jadi caster Valorant? Kok caster sih, host ya? Iya, host. Jadi gue baru tahu, maksudnya dia ngerti Valorant, dia main Valorant. Iya, gue tahu, gue ngikutin Against the Current udah lama sih. Cuma udah dulu maksudnya. Sekarang sih udah enggak. Sejak tadi jam 9 kocak. Anjir. Dari tahun lalu, anjir keren juga dia bisa langsung jadi host gitu. Ada YouTube-nya sih dia main Valo. Oh ya, apa Valo-nya? Apa YouTube-nya? Apa Valo-nya? Gue baru tahu kalau si Chrissy Costanza itu gamer loh. Sama aja kayak Ronaldo Wati jadi host Valo juga. Ah, nggak salah sih. Apa Valonya emang nggak mau mabar juga bang sama Mbak Chrissy? Pingnya nggak bisa bro, nggak bisa mabar bro. Dia tinggalnya di mana bro?
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul. Our first two teams of the playoffs are ready to take the stage. Let's welcome Leviatán and Loud.
Anjir. Mantep kamu Mbak Chrissy. Chrissy Costanza nama channelnya. I see. Espas. Wih. Wih, kok Leviatán crowdnya dikit? Wah, ini kalau ada crowd gini mental ngaruh nih anjing. Wah, ini mental lebih diuji lagi anjir. Kalau di crowd, diteriakin crowd gitu, Leviatán nggak ada supporter gini. Akhirnya ada suara tepuk tangan akhirnya ya. Dia udah pindah ke IU matamu. Dia pernah nyanyiin LOL. Oh. Gua kan nggak ngikutin LOL ya. Duh, ini gua nggak ada yang gua kenal lagi pemainnya. Nggak ada yang gua kenal nih pemainnya nih. BZK. Waduh, suara robotnya rada-rada nih. Oh, malah coachnya yang diteriakin anjir. Oh iya, Loud yang coachnya agak pincang ya, baru sadar gue. Tepuk tangannya soundboard gak mungkin dong, kan emang ada crowd di belakang. Tejo mana? Tahu Tejo mana? Yo. Yo. Mandi dia guys.
Iya Vin, bentar.
They've played against smaller crowds regionally, but this is it. This is the big stage. This is where it matters.
Wih, crowdnya udah banyak ya, mantap. Leicester anjir, Leicester bagus.
This would definitely be a team that would be fearful as well.
Yeah, and for the other side of things, for Loud, this is their first chance, and it's also their last chance to make good on what happened to them at Copenhagen. Going home early, they're trying to prove here again that what happened at Iceland was not a fluke, that they can be that team, that they can bring home trophies, or at least top placements for Brazil, and they finally get the crowd, they finally get everything.
Iki udah ada penonton nih, udah dong.
super excited too. Not only is it Owner's first time here, but this is a team that he almost played for. He almost was the coach of Loud, right? Just to bring that little aspect of it too. It's a little bit more for
pressure dah lu ditonton sama 1000 orang live anjir. Wah, kalau ada PRX sih crowd-nya bakalan gila PRX.
Icebox, it's gonna be a bit of an interesting one. This is a map that Leviatán have not had to show internationally. Last time they played it domestically, playing the same comp that pretty much everyone has been playing. Double Initiator, you get the KO, you get the Sova, Duelist list, you bring in that Chamber. On the other side, Loud's been experimenting. They were playing that Fade last time.
Kita penonton tuh ada Kaca dan rombongan Indo yang lainnya. Iya. Tapi gue nggak tahu sih emang mereka datang tiap hari ya.
It brings a little Nats flair to the stage.
Yeah, just a little extra spice, a little something cute and cuddly.
It hits my heart. It hits my heart.
All right, let's get into the prime game.
All right.
Select. What do we
Agent Select.
Teams, guys?
It's gonna be interesting here to see if any changes do.
Kita lihat mereka pick apa? Di Icebox berarti Chamber dan Viper gak sih? Oh sama tuh. Oke, oh sama anjir. Mirror pick, cok. Oh mirror pick.
And it's interesting, right? Because I think Saucy has had a little struggles implementing the
mirror pick. Agentnya sama persis. Mirror pick.
And honestly, I think a lot of teams have been struggling to implement Fade on Icebox. I don't think it's
hari ini datang dari Kaco bikin story. Oh, I see.
For anybody except like FPX, maybe.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of happy to see him move away from that, unless there was a little bit more to be added.
And when FPX plays this, they have other tools to make up.
Sama-sama LATAM strateginya. Ini mirror pick dia. Agentnya Chamber, Sova, KO, Viper, Sage.
On the side of
Sage.
Leviatán, they've stuck to their
Agent pick,
they've
agent
stuck
pick.
to what has worked in the past. And when you look at this game,
Gak pakai duelist. Iya, metanya no duelist, bro.
This is one of those maps where King moves away
2 Sentinel, 2 Initiator, 1 Smoker. Menarik loh ini loh. Entry-nya berarti ngandelin KO doang ini. Gimana entry-nya ya?
Apa itu?
Icebox pick-nya Loud, Heaven pick-nya Leviatán.
First match of playoffs. We're almost just
Wah, ini sih
about ready to
benar-benar
get into it.
mirror
The
pick
first
sih
map
udah.
is going
Ngadu
to
skill
be
aja ini.
Icebox. It's Leviatán versus Loud. Who's going to take it here? It's time to kick off our first match. Let's send it over to our casters. Here is Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, let's get to it. It's the first time that these two teams have played each other. The first time that they played.
Sage-nya jadi battle stage kah?
But this is a rivalry, Josh. A rivalry here that has stretched far beyond into the Valorant history books.
Lu lihat tuh crowd-nya di belakang full anjing. Gokil.
Udah ada ini ya, udah ada penonton ya.
Udah kan ada playoff.
But I gotta say, even though they might be friendly in the server, the players, I've been looking around and there might not be too much love lost between the fan bases of both of these teams. It feels like the Brazilian fans and the LATAM fans can occasionally be at each other's throats.
Chamber kan duelis. Ya gak salah sih, Chamber sama Sage bisa jadi duelis kalau dia memang mau.
Which team is gonna come out of this looking like the best squad from South America? The most successful team has been Loud so far with that grand finals appearance, but Leviatán are kind of poised to take it away from them.
Certainly feels that way. In the past, the thorn in the side of Loud has typically been North America and LATAM.
Oke, mari kita lihat ya sih.
Regions go, you've got Optic and Crew that have handed them their losses, their only losses.
The only losses
Langsung TP.
Loud have ever had to
Oh,
Optic and Crew.
oh, mereka udah tahu anjir angle recon sofanya kemana. Set. Ah, kena hit kau Leviatán, takui lah. 14, 13.
Oh, telat gua.
Sassy burning the owl drone there as well. Obviously good damage done early to Taco, but that's been healed up by now. And just after pausing for a moment,
The real championship udah dekat
off the
parah.
back of the wall from Pancada. And Aspas is searching
Oke,
for a kill. Got the
strategi
one that
normal
moved
ya.
down. He could grab one
Stage-nya
and get away. That'll be everything.
half armor sama wall.
Still survives though on 10 health.
Kena deding anjir, Takoela kena ding 2 kali loh.
Deep in the way, but this reflank, Sassy spotted. Tried to take a good timing there.
Oh, aimingnya
That's
Loud.
going to trigger the retake.
Boleh loh.
Pushing forwards now as well. You can see the utility just waves a bit. Is there anything to try and manage this? There is. King still follows it up with a frenzy in his hands. Rolling forward to the rest of his teammates. Half on the defuse. And it's just up to Sassy.
Satu round gila. Rusuh banget, bro.
That is 9 out of 9
Tapi emang
pistol rounds so far at
angle-nya mereka
Champions
nggak
for
luas sih.
Leviatán.
Udah di wall gitu
Their
mau
pistol
nggak mau.
round success has absolutely powered them through.
Iya, kalau udah wall kayak gitu mereka cuma bisa nge-hold di belakang doang kan. Nggak mungkin mereka ke yellow anjir.
Yellow-nya udah
He was saying they were a bit random and you know they just picked the strat while hoping that their opponents didn't have a counter to it, but their aim is so good and the decision making in these pistol rounds is phenomenal too.
Tenang guys,
They have
pistol
occasionally
round
lost the
belum ini
follow-up
kok.
champs and not been able to carry it forwards. Aspas would love to be able to
Sama-sama
get an
tempur
opener,
kan?
but he was denied on
Iya,
round 1.
orang mirror pick.
These loud players are
Iya,
scaling deep into kitchen, but only the classics in their hands. Not the best weapon for the
Oh,
job.
menang
Max
senjata,
tries to
menang
collect
senjata anjir.
a kill or two.
4 lawan 2.
Even Melzer happy to pick up the pieces.
Leviatán aimnya ngeri banget, bro.
Gila, bro.
To Aspas now.
Mati lo.
He's going to
Udah.
run straight into the way to get some kill. So,
Oh, lu telat sedetik, Tin.
an easy follow-up for
Gila.
Leviatán. Heading into a bonus round. And we have seen this story play out so many times at Champs so far. And this is an interesting statistic. Leviatán haven't lost to Icebox since April 1st, but they've also never played it at a global tournament.
Yeah.
They haven't played it at Champs. They didn't play it when they turned up to Copenhagen. So that might be a bit deceiving. We really don't know how good this team
Tadi
is.
bisa si
And a
Leviatán
reminder
sih
that these two teams scrim against each
keras
other. I feel
anjing.
like Loud would be quite foolish to
Iya nih.
pick into a map that they knew
Oh,
Leviatán
tapi
was
tadi malam
excellent at.
kalau nonton yang Fnatic Warner Thief sih
This bonus
ini
round is
sih
going to be
itu
vital.
ini cok
for the
mainnya
future health of
versus
this
badut
first
semalam.
half, at least on the side of
100 TV badut.
Aljon's going to be getting a nice bit of space there. Sets Aspas up.
Asuna turu kah?
Early. Sassy
Turu
going to be tanking the dark.
hilang itu
Backs
buff
away and
gitingnya hilang.
destroying
Buff
the opposing
giting.
Aljon as well, so denying that information.
Besok nih anjing tim Liquid
Melzer
optik anjing.
has that wall up over towards B.
Bukan
Let's
ntar ya
allow
jam
him to
1 ya?
create
Oh iya
an
besok.
Besok, ntar jam 1 di ARC lawan FPX.
B players over with the spike really can't do anything.
Pemenang
It's all
Master
on Aspas to create an
akankah
opening, or at least
didepak
pull
sama
players
bocil
over as
Asia?
the wall drops.
It seems like the game plan might just be slow and steady.
Lagi
It's
di
just
atas
a dart
angin.
for a dart.
Parah.
Traded out, destroyed.
Mati nih sama King nih.
Fights a little bit better with the rifles. They've got a deep flash.
Tuh kan. Gila, masa bonus round kah menang anjir. Nice. Nice, Sadak.
Fire and Fury, 2
Lo
kills
kalau
followed up back to back.
kalah di
And now the wall, now the plant.
Oh,
Melzer
plannya
and
kayak
Taco
gitu.
If they can get anything done,
Wah,
less watching that rope.
keculik deh lu.
Shuts down
Gila.
the chances for the bonus round to be converted here, barring something absurd from Takolia.
Takolia lu bisa dapat 1 kill udah bagus.
I've seen a
Takolia.
miraculous 1v3 clutch already from this
Aduh.
guy, but it's not going to be today.
Nah ini baru nih, the real round
This
begins.
plays into the whole statistics, the ideas as well of where the strengths of Loud lie as a team, because they are so good when they have
Ini
guns
match
in their
panjang
hands.
ini,
These
bro.
buy rounds,
Parah bro.
definitely sailing ahead in terms of just the strengths. It's different, I guess, avenues of where each team both.
Iya nih ada suara translatornya ganggu anjing.
Definitely when it gets a lot of those rifles in their hands when they got the money.
At Champs so far, they've got an almost 70% win rate with rifles in hands.
Di
I mean,
mana
that is
suara
compared to
translatornya?
under 50% for Leviatán.
Lalu nggak
Leviatán
denger?
have been getting their win.
Denger di gua.
Di backgroundnya kan kayak ada wong sananya.
And there's that Sage Wall again for Leviatán. Putting it down early denies a lot of the space that Loud would love to take early on here on
Bukan
B.
gede.
And this battle is going to be so crucial.
Look at the reclear as
Oh
well.
kelihatan. Ya ke A aja katanya ke A. Ke B ada 2, B ada 2.
Over this B main area, especially with the wall going down.
And I would say that defines Leviatán in one phrase, never scared.
Di live stage-nya pakai bahasa Turki. Iya makanya berisik
I
banget.
feel like any of these players, even when they're on the most supportive agents, they just always find
Masuk ke
fights.
Micaster nih anjing. Wah buta dah lu.
It is cautious tail. A lot of these attacks.
No
are
one
around,
gets
but now
away.
You're starting to see the pace thrown into the mix. No commander's going to be denying a lot of these abilities. Close start.
Sadak with a team flash there, so they haven't actually pushed through this Viper wall. They flashed and darted,
Kok
but
Viper wall masih
a
hidup
small
sih?
mistake has denied them this
Oh
space.
Vipernya jauh. Anjing.
Leviatán, they've got everyone holding these crossfire angles.
Ah ketahuan lo kan.
They're just trying to essentially walk up onto these angles.
Oh,
even using their
dua
own
tembok
sage wall
hancur,
to
satu
see if
mech,
they can get
nice.
into the site. Plants
Mati
will
lu,
start to go
Takoila.
down for them,
Mati
but
lu,
there is no
Takoila lu.
attempt inside of Leviatán to
Oke udah dapat plan.
disrupt it.
Post plan. Retake bareng Leviatán yuk, jangan satu-satu. Lu udah telat. Mesti nyulik. Itu kelihatan. Wah, kelamaan anjir. Gak dapet Leviatán. Wah, anjim.
Finding so much value again.
Udah telat.
They fended it off with an excellent post plant.
Kalian temu nih.
Sadak's 2Ks in both of these rounds.
Oh, aduh.
Oh, Meltzer dips away. Oh, his little head.
Wah.
Oh my goodness. And the rabbit evades the hunter, skipping and hopping into the fields.
No one gets away.
Situation that Sadak the IGL manages to rescue there for Loud. Retake looked like it might have had some behind it.
Loud sih duitnya di atas awan nih, bro.
Sadak up here, position with Pancada. It's the player that really shuts that down, and Leviatán are going to be finding it difficult on this defense, I think. They tend to play for retake on all their maps.
Saving the Leviatán.
About 72% of the time they're playing for retake, which is an extraordinary amount, and Xbox is all about denying the plant getting down.
Tuh kalau kalah ini sih sulit sih Leviatán.
Known to do some damage. Close to the weapon, you can see drones being traded out.
Oh, Viper ketahuan tuh, Viper kena detect. Waduh.
There's nothing to stop that one, and there was no way you were surviving that shot from Aspas with the rifles, one after the other. The Angry player's just going to be falling.
Wah.
Just up to Melzer now. He managed
flawless gini.
I guess saving that rifle from the prior round, so
Melzer jangan pick keluar deh. Mati lu dipantekin 3 orang.
Mati anjing.
Lived in the prior round. If he loses the rifle now, he's gonna have a poor buy heading into round 6. So this is one of the problems with.
Wah, miskin gak sih?
Just a solo rifle. You end up having to be a bit timid with it. And I don't think he's gonna be allowed.
Harusnya mereka bisa beli habis ini.
Oh, they are hunting him.
He's getting swarmed.
Mereka pasti buy habis ini Leviatán. Dicari lu, diburu lu kayak babi ngepet lu Melzer.
The whole of Loud just playing together there. But finding another A plant and converting it. Leviatán now with
lu kalau kalah lagi Leviatán lu. 5-2 lu.
Should start to come online.
Time out ya? Time out ya. Leviatán time out.
Players to trade and hold their positions as he gets info early. But this is the round where Leviatán's defensive setup should come online. King has had his Viper's Pit for so long. This would be the round to invest it on A. And Taco's AWP is set up on B.
Wah, ngambil. Wah, nggak jadi dah lu kan. Wah, lu sih YOLO sih. Berani banget lo, Melzer lo. Dapet tuh. Aduh, telat.
And this round,
tries to go for the wallbang.
A very fast double push up too.
Yeah. Instantly removing that trademark and does force the presence from Melzer. Has to face check it for about a moment.
Ooh, the hold shy. Nice molly anjir.
Just destroying that trademark.
And this is a really nice idea to try and pull Taco away
wow,
from
oke banget le.
getting a little bit of info, chooses to use his drone, but comes out of it very quickly. And Leviatán's defensive setup has been pushed away a little bit. Taco's done a great job at staying.
Wah, masuk nih. Dijaga satu orang doang nih.
But look, there's only one player here to defend, and King chose not to use his pit early.
Just holding.
Keluar semua util.
Wah.
Wah, timingnya pas banget
as the hit is coming through, but they are really pushing into this now. They want to make sure it doesn't get away.
Nice banget, King.
With a snake bite to supplement. Sadak vulnerable up, but a bullet to the head will do it nevertheless. Now the no command.
Oh, nice banget anjir timingnya.
Spike has been planted in the midst of all this chaos.
Oh, play-nya di outside ya. Play-nya outside pit.
With the null command in play.
Oh iya di luar
should be dangerous, but they're just not moving forward. They're not taking advantage of it.
Just tripled up outside.
Kenapa?
See if they can move.
Wah, ngewin. Dapat. Nice comeback. Itu King clutch sih round ini sih.
Tapi itu pas banget tuh. King buka ulti baru kena episode.
Iya.
Love the play from King.
Makanya itu clutch banget sih King. Kalau dia ultinya gagal kelar itu kalah. Wah, bagus tuh angle-nya.
He's gonna be suppressed and they probably lose that round.
King solo loh guys di anjing.
So far Loud definitely showing a preference for finishing A.
Dibales lo sama Les
See
lo.
whether Leviathan start to read into that, whether Ona gets the read on it too.
It is 3-3. Even it up.
Lah kok lot yang duitnya 4.500? Oh mau ulti ya si Aspas.
We don't really expect them to be favored on either, considering Loud ended up picking it.
Set kayak amat tuh sadak sesi sama Aspas tuh.
Just showing a bit of utility, throwing it at A, the owl drone early on.
Iya 3 orang tuh. Abis ini bisa ngedrop temennya tuh yang 2 tuh.
Bisa.
Star on player of Leviathan kind of out of this round as everyone moves their way forwards. Boleh gets traded.
Kena tuh. Kena tuh. Mati. Wah, 1 HP anjing.
A weak position, has to back away, but he did get the Viper still. Does not want to give up this space.
Dar mati KO-nya. Dar mati. Absen. Nah kan. Nah kan. Udah.
Beautiful setup, but now just down to Les and Pancada. All's gonna be.
Oke, kita lihat apakah aduh, poni lu kelihatan.
But it's about to get much weaker.
There's a Viper on the flank.
Yep. King is everything right now, taking his timing.
Yeah.
Any sort of shots that he can find, he's already found the opener.
Bye, Les.
Just down to Les with 23 health. Remaining just not enough to work with. And the Viper diff comes through.
Wah,
comeback. Retakes. I said that this might be a challenging map for Leviathan with how much they play retake here and how difficult they can be on Icebox. The meta generally tends to revolve around denying the plan coming through in the first place. But
susah nih kalau kalau di Icebox Heaven playgroundnya left banget. Iya anjir, PRK aja rata di Heaven.
Making that a double face and stopping the post plant players from being able to stop them. The trades this tournament have simply been immaculate from Leviathan. It was one of their worst categories before champs at Copenhagen, domestically within LATAM.
Hebat loh, mereka nggak timeout loh.
Extremely poor, but I think that was
technical
just getting shy into the mix.
Kenapa katanya terlalu berisik nih, berisik katanya.
That had come in right before Copenhagen, extremely young as well, only 17 years old. And he's made all the difference for this team heading into champs. Now that he's got a bit of experience underneath him. So far at Champs, Shy has been getting a quarter of his kills by trading his teammates. That is astonishing.
Just incredible.
Most players are nowhere near that. They're more like 20% for the biggest, heaviest traders in the tournament.
Udah kacau guys, kacau.
He's had amazing impact on the initiator.
Kacau mana nih kacau nih?
Nggak tahu.
Out of all of the trades that Leviathan are getting, Shy gets a third of them himself.
That is crazy.
And that's
actually crazy.
Kita yang cosplay Jet anjir.
This guy has had now that he's properly integrated within the team system.
Yeah.
It's made a world of difference, along with, of course, winning every pistol round, which never hurts.
Gila full ya.
And of course, Ona's able to join them as well.
Tapi nggak se-full pas Master sih, pas Copenhagen kemarin sih.
Soalnya jauh bang, Turki bang.
Being this prep-based team, putting all this emphasis on the pistol rounds, making sure they win them, making sure that they take.
Udah gitu Copenhagen kan ini ya, Jerman ya? Copenhagen di mana sih?
Nggak tahu gua. Copenhagen bukan Jerman.
Ona's definitely been
Copenhagen di mana?
Force for a lot of the success of Leviathan, I think, over the course of their history as a team since he's come in.
Copenhagen di mana guys?
Genuinely got a case for being the best coach, at least the most successful.
Denmark bukan Jerman.
That we've got in Valorant. And you mustn't forget his assistant coach Batoni as well, who was part of that crew run at last champs. And there's so many cool stories here between these two teams, because after champions in 2021, when Ona made that run with crew and took a LATAM team to the semi-finals, Ona was going to join Loud. Ona was as far as going to Brazil.
It was primed to join Loud
before everything fell apart there, and they ended up not working with each other. And so
kenapa tuh katanya itu lama amat? Momentum anak-anak gua nih hilang nih anjing.
Both of these teams desperate not to fall down to the lower bracket early on.
I'm just sorting out quick gear issue. I believe it's one of the.
Tuh guys, bocil-bocil Turki tuh, yang kerjanya teriak-teriak di mic tuh.
That's a good question, Brad.
Bocil-bocil Turki yang out topic Reina tapi bottom track tuh.
Yeah, bad news. Bad news for you.
Itu orang itu.
This is also the first time that both of these teams played in front of a crowd too. The first day of playoffs here at Champions. The crowd just coming in, just warming up. And these players haven't really experienced stuff like that. Desk was talking about the fact that, you know, the LATAM and Brazilian games, when they match up against each other, they tend to be held with a live crowd.
1, 2, 3. Harusnya sih 2 kiri kanan 1 tengah ya, harusnya.
Tengah atas bawah. Terus yang nyerongnya itu ada 2 kiri kanan ya kan. Tribun yang kiri kanan ada lagi tuh 1 kiri.
Satu ya. Loud's map pick, it's a map that they are quite proficient at. And so there's a lot of, I think,
waduh, sage TikTok nih.
Coming into this matchup as well with both of these teams being scrim
That's a pretty good wall boost though, Bren, as well.
Woi, kitchennya kosong gitu, Bang. Bang, kitchennya kosong.
You saw it boosted on top of Jenny and he takes down Aspas to start. That I think is the first time that Taco's really been able to have impact at the start of these rounds.
Kitchennya dijaga dong.
Also been king so far.
It's a great answer, I think, as well to the slow contact.
Oh, ketawa sama Sofa.
They've been
ketawa sama Espresso.
On the A side of the map pretty consistently so far in this half.
They've also been working tube quite a lot, and Sadak is there again.
Yeah.
The idea with the tube pressure is that it should pull some of the players away from yellow. But you can still see King wanting to fight that aggressively. It's just required 1 more player, 3 now over towards B, now that they've lost that kitchen control.
Yes!
And it was just disgusting.
Yeah.
Smoker lu hilang, pusing dah lu nge-push dah.
And even if there was, King would have been able to
keculik, mati nih. Aduh.
That off angle is disgusting. I mean, what is going on here? The Loud player is just trying to contact peek into anything, trying to take some space onto the map, but everything's just being watched for.
Keculik 3 orang gini, Bang Loud. Halo.
And that's one of the
saving dah Bang Loud. Iko Bang, abis ini Bang.
Is that you only need to commit 1 person to it. Sure, they had 2 at the
gara-gara smoker hilang, nggak berani nge-push mereka.
Up on top of Generator. Yeah. But it's normally just been Taco or just been King. And the other 4 players can watch mid and can watch B and stop these little contact pushes where Loud tries to work the map. And even if that means that A is a bit weak and Loud get the post plants, so far the retakes have been looking good.
Oh, tepuk tanganin. Respect katanya.
Around the way that Leviatán are defending this map.
Yeah, it's got to be a switch up. You mentioned as well, Takulia getting that operator in his hands. It does add. Lovely extra element.
Itu bagus banget angle-nya anjing.
Be able to find that shot. But it does disrupt this overall game plan that Loud have just been operating on, which is, you know, trying to take space either by taking space in tube or slowly taking ground on A, and now
meta pass nih orang dulu baru pos lagi anjing.
Could be spoken back and forth probably.
Hah? Loud baru 2 kali.
For a full B hit. We also haven't seen them try
yang tadi Loud
run a lurk play down mid off the back of their A presence.
Just remix.
Be a little bit worried though, I think, as well, if you did try to adjust to that, Josh. If you were going for the B hit now, if you are Loud.
Jadi defending sided kedua tim gara-gara sama-sama nggak punya duelist nggak spin. Nggak tahu deh guys, gue nggak pernah pakai meta ini di Icebox. Nggak ngerti gue. Ini meta Radian guys, meta Platinum mah gas. Oh enggak, itu tuh pertama kali dipakai. Kalau merahnya masih ada, berarti masih bisa.
Loud played Icebox was at Copenhagen where they lost to the LATAM team.
Yeah,
they lost the crew.
There are so many parallels leading back to that point. That one match.
Tuh guys, ada Jimby sama Jumbo.
Of a LATAM team.
And I think if Leviatán start getting up some rounds here and posing a problem,
lu kalah lagi lu Loud. 7-3 lu Loud kalau lu kalah lagi.
Post on the other side, so that's not going to do anything.
Itu shock dartnya dari mana? Tiba-tiba ke kitchen anjing.
Leviatán has been to put Takulia over on B.
Ayo lu, dipantekin sama King lu spas. Mati lu spas. Gratis spas, lu duelis spas.
The only strange thing about this defensive setup is how far forward Adverso is, considering he has that Hunter's Fury.
Oh, you are powerless,
he just tanks the null command and gets out of there.
Yeah, has to respect it.
No command.
All the way out of there. Another wall to try and
Oke, dapat post plan. Enak nih, dapat angle post plan enak nih.
Play obviously when they're all suppressed across the board with the no command in play. But Loud's game plan so far on these post plans has been holding close.
Ketahuan. Ayo
Make sure
lo.
that they deny any sort of retake.
And it was a good 0 point there from Sadak. That actually suppressed Adverso for another period of time. So this is going to be a really late usage of drone and Hunter's Fury.
Flash over the top now to Hunter's Fury. That's going to push them forwards. But where is the follow-on? The players need to push forward still at first. So he is rewarded. And space has been gained. The rest of the Beyerdynamic players happy to just scale and move all the way through it.
Mati dah lu dah. Iko anjing. Iko lu BR. Laut. Wah 7-3 udah ini mah.
And another clean retake for Leviatán. Loud look lost in these post plants.
Gila retake-nya.
Trying to outplay Leviatán. They go in with the null command. They get the spike down for free. All in their post plant positions, playing passively.
Ini gara-gara Adverso loh. Jadi berantakan itu si Loud.
Not ideal, but also less was trying
Jadi pada
to
nggak
load through
fokus.
mid.
Itu emang guna banget ya distraction-nya Ulti Sofa.
At any point, Melza was still watching it, still ready.
Sendiri digonggong.
Siapa?
And if there was any doubt that King moving over to Viper would still be a comfortable
Wah, udah mulai
role
pede nih.
12-3 right now, just
Udah mulai pede nih. Wah, keculik lu, Takolila kepedean anjing. Wah. Mulai overconfidence, kita lihat saudara-saudara.
Cleans him up one after the other. Okay, that's one thing. One way to open up a round, I suppose, if things haven't been going your way. Just get handed a couple of kills. Those are so far forward that it's not even like Mel's is going to be able to rotate. Get this resurrect off. Oh, Shy's going to try and reclaim the space.
Keculik semua. Agresif sih, overconfidence sih lu, Leviatán. Brazil nih bro.
And Aspas was there too quickly. He just knew where he was going and punished him instantly. Yeah. And Adverso is such an aggressive player considering his position as the Sova breach player for the team. And he also just gets eaten up by Aspas.
Star syndrome.
This one's not replicable though for Loud. No. You can't just hope that every round Leviatán's
Jadi
aggression
welcome back to Definition
ends up
Silver.
getting fumbled.
Wasn't too much strategy in play.
But Loud will take it.
Blunder bang. Wis.
Get on board one after the other. King's going to attempt to do a bit of economical damage. There's still money in the bank for Loud, so even if they do lose these players, I believe they'll be able to get the rifles online.
Definitely.
Really, there's no point in hunting this. I think King is money capped.
King, belakang lu King.
Probably the percentage play, but maybe just for confidence.
Mati dah.
Try and win this fight out, okay?
Apa bang?
Could really be pivotal in the
Kaya bang.
Loud do not get
Santai,
many
bang.
attacking rounds.
Mereka kalah 2 kali juga masih bisa beli bang.
Super defense-sided team. The defensive protocols
Melser dibeliin pasti sama King.
But when you look at the way that they play, if you're
Itu tuh sayang banget Takolila anjing.
Opportunities on their attack side, you might not have heard for it in the second half.
Yeah.
Loud, so far this tournament, only winning 42% of their attacking rounds, which is really low. Extremely low. That's at Champions so far. So a half like this isn't too unexpected.
I doubt they're going to be handed too many more like that.
Halo Pajar.
Initially.
Nggak ngapus lagi kan lo?
Nice angle.
kena mental nih lama-lama nih kalau kayak gitu terus.
Just a bit jittery there with the movement. Maybe eager to take a fight, but backs away in the end. Showing that discipline and now going to be.
Dia tahu lagi di pantai itu hanya makanya nggak mau ngepick. Maka push kitchen ini.
Sadak taking a ton of damage from Adverso, who's so good at spraying through those positions. Does the same thing on Breeze as well when they play.
Wah, sabar banget nih dua-duanya anjing.
The Melza keeps putting down on B.
Gila, dua-duanya bener-bener 30 detik banget. Oh, ke-detect tuh satu mati. Mati keculik, kena scan.
It's just a spam up through tube. Adverso reads it.
Mati nih. Ah!
Okay. Why not?
Ribet anjir.
Takolila. This fight's taking place all over the map.
Padahal
still a player advantage.
Itu kayak kelihatan dikit deh.
In fact, look at that.
Terus dia feeling aja gitu, timing.
Really just imbalance.
Yodi, welcome back to Definition Silver.
This Viper wall will eventually go down, but time is running low now with only 22 seconds remaining. Dart into the back and a flash to try and supplement. It is The last-ditch chance, shock darts.
Aduh, oh kena.
One or two was good.
Mati.
Sadako.
Oh, dikit lagi anjir.
Narrowly
Oh, dia lebih cepat setengah detik mati itu Sadak. Wah, anjim.
It's a difficult one. It's a good trade by Sadak though. Still they have to play.
Tetap. Wah, udah.
Close towards one another, but the fight just gets taken.
Vertical flick, bro. Vertical flick is real.
So good in these kind of situations. Loud feel caged when you watch them. Any peek. Leviatán are already on the angle. And these first two kills,
look at this.
There they are. Perfect. Just an awesome recon dart. And then a kill through the smoke as well based off the timing. Every player for Leviatán just stepping up, defending their area of the map immaculately.
Beautiful stuff.
Even for the players that aren't really on the board. I mean, Melzer at the bottom of the scoreboard for his team, but the wall has been doing tons for them. Everybody playing excellently.
Mereka gameplay Leviatán selalu retake. Mereka nggak mau ngasih satu kill pun.
Take some space over towards B main here. Luckily a setup with the operator.
Bisa ulti semua nih. King bisa ulti.
Gimana nih ntar nih?
They have been layering op and wall before.
Oh, mantep banget. Gila baitnya anjing. Gila baitingnya, serem banget. Ulti. Ulti langsung King. Halo King. Ya, King sayang banget.
Extremely heavy B.
For one of the first times it feels like in this entire half that they've been leading.
Aduh sayang banget sih King. Tuh kan mereka mau retake nunggu King dulu tuh.
Love to have a pivot player.
Langsung no one's got away nih, percaya nggak lu? Kalau lagi plan langsung no one's got away. Nah kan, tuh kan. Retake tuh, mati. Langsung Viper speed. Viper apa? Ulti lu.
And a pit for the retake.
Yeah, and a deeper knife as well. Going to be removing
oh,
a lot of abilities. A deep flash, one after the other. Shy wants to take this space. The guy is aggressive.
Whoa, OP.
Going straight into the fray,
sayang banget Shy.
But there's not really any support from the rest of his
mati.
team.
Lu lihat retake-nya anjing.
Verso still holding on to what control he has on the left side of yellow. Bit of spam going their way.
2v1.
Now a tap onto the spike. A bit of spam is going to have to do the job. Sassy.
Gila.
Pushes forwards. He does.
4v5 retake anjing.
Down a diffuser, but enough work was done prior to Kings trading it easily done.
And this map, Loud's pick.
4v5
an
guys.
Unconventional one, but when you look at the map pool, one they have to win. They're down 8-4 at the half against a team that always wins on pistols.
Wah itu nembaknya pakai feeling cok. Lihat arah peluru doang.
Leviatán got to be happy with this one, I think.
Wah bocil-bocil out of pick Reina tuh.
Gue sih fokus sama baju krem ya.
Tandain ya, tandain. Wah King Gaming bro, 15-4 bro.
Thanks so much, guys. What a massive first half for Leviatán. Something we,
yang baju krem tadi, guys.
The crowd is clearly swinging a little bit in Leviatán.
Lu tau nggak ini yang host di tengah siapa ya, Jo?
Penyanyi siapa? Chrissy ya?
Iya, Chrissy Costanza anjing.
Semalam deh gue lihat anjing cantik banget gue bilang gitu.
Gue baru tahu kalau dia main Valorant loh.
Gue sampai gue googling, Vin.
Cakep emang. Suaranya bagus, Cok.
Gue belum denger lagi lagunya.
Wah, ATC sih lagunya enak-enak, dia indie rock gitu loh. Jadi lu lihat secakep itu tapi nyanyinya rock. Bisa suara ini dia, suara apa? Teriak-teriak. Nadanya tinggi-tinggi lagi.
Rapi banget retake-nya, ya retake mereka rapi banget. Emang guys parah guys, gak ada obat. Gue semalam sampai gue tanya tuh sama viewer, ini siapa? Terus dikasih tahu, gue searching langsung.
Lu tahu Kurt Hugo Snyder gak?
Enggak.
Kata juga ya, kebetulan emang gak ngikutin YouTuber musik loh. Mereka gedenya di YouTube semua itu. Against the Current juga gede di YouTube. Band indie rock.
I mean, King is talkative too. You could already say at halftime, already planning out how they're going to close out 8-4, and their
apa bahasa apa tuh?
Josh was talking
Palit babi cok katanya.
Ente. Wah, ini dia nih, bocil-bocil Filipin nih.
Let's see if Leviatán can keep up the
Pinoy.
pressure on Loud, or can Loud take it back on defense? Let's give it back to our casters. Bren, Sideshow, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let's jump straight
Shot
back into it.
15-4, cuy.
Second half.
Gimana duitnya nggak kaya anjing?
We've been highlighting it over and over and over again.
Tapi ini
The pistol rounds so
nggak ada yang
important, in particular
AFK gaming loh, semuanya main ini.
Tremendous emphasis on.
Iya.
Hebat ini mereka.
And Loud desperately
Kalau
need
semalam
this one.
itu apa
Desperately.
Warnertif digerakin sama ini
heading into a weak map
sama operator.
next.
Sama si itu, Yampi.
And Loud have been fairly good
Enggak,
at their defensive pistol
operator
rounds, but
doang,
not
operator
immaculate, not
Valorant
by
yang
any means.
gerakin.
That's what
Makanya
we're
santai.
Anjing. Operator Valorant. Woi, apaan tuh reconnya?
Lineup from Sadak. Finds 3 players over by B. Now you've got a chamber clash in mid.
Gak bisa dihancurin dong.
But he's looking the wrong way.
This could be everything right now. A wider swing. Just with the ghost in
Sayang
hand,
banget
Sassy.
Takolila nggak tepek lagi.
Takes it down. Takolila is not going to be present now to watch that mid angle. In fact, I have this to be opening up a bit of a
Udah
gulf,
deh,
I think,
B-nya
into
masuk deh.
The attacking protocol.
B-nya masuk tuh.
Space is still being taken on the B site.
Oh, ngebet nih King nih di A nih.
Disrespect really being showed as well. In fact, look at the swing from Shy. He's only got a frenzy in his hand, but still willing to take the long range fight.
That is part of what makes
Terus kenapa nggak plan?
so deadly.
Oh, A-nya kosong katanya. A-nya kosong, A-nya kosong guys. A kosong guys kata King.
The spike is not getting committed here.
Rotate.
Deciding to go for the long pivot, and King has worked his way in
Wow, King udah
perfectly
nyampe.
all the way through A. Up and behind.
Yeah, that is magnificent stuff from the
Dapat nih,
IGL.
Sadak nih.
Desk was highlighting it. This guy has been an absolute
Wow.
menace. Almost paying
Sadak mati, percaya nggak
his
lu?
life though. Just has to cross. 30 seconds left. He's gonna get the heal back, and Shy wants to
Mati
help
dah.
him out as well.
Kalau kayak gitu
Just
mati
forces
nggak jadi.
swing, though, with that shock dart.
Very good shot
now, yeah. King's
Dia udah nggak bisa gerak soalnya kan.
difficult one to try and hold this one, especially with how fast Loud are taking this retake. Already scaling deep into the site.
Kena tuh.
He's going to be under control for him. A bit of a tap on the spike is going to again force
Nice banget itu. Ke silent tiga-tiganya.
But they know that nobody's on it for now.
Ayo lu Les. Lu jago retake, jago defend nggak lu? Udah deh, dapet deh. Udah deh, kalau udah di wall kayak gitu mah, udah nggak bisa.
There was no attempt to try and play close to deny that one. The wall just being saved means that Loud get a critical pistol round under their belts.
Oh, itu nice wall anjir.
The Leviatán have lost so far over the course of Champions 2022.
Yeah, how absurd is that? But it could not have come at a better time for Loud. And Sassy stepping up for his team. Starts with this opener that was labored from both sides and really could have gone either way. A shock dart to be able to help somebody else to finish off King. And then also pushes forward to stop anyone getting that wall down. And here we go. Leviatán are investing again. They're force buying and they are so nasty with Stingers and Spectres in hand.
Yeah, they want to take the fight.
Itu recon Everest Jonas bang.
Regardless of them, they managed to get down prior, so they can afford a lot of these weapons, but now they've revealed their hands. They've shown it. Showcased it. Sadak wants to swing into it anyway. Takes a fight right to them. He did donate the Bulldog, but not before he took down 2 players with him.
Oh, Takolila nggak kelihatan.
Though picks up a kill and brings this back into a 3v3. Out of position, not quite known.
Saya adalah box, saya adalah
Surely they would
S.
clear that one, but they have slowed down the push for now.
That's both shock darts and no damage onto Pancada.
Susah, terlalu gede soalnya space-nya.
At some point here, though, as Leviatán cut noise, Loud are going to have to start spreading the defense out again. Loud don't enjoy playing for retake as much as Leviatán do.
Anjing bet wall kalau di pistol round udah kayak nembakin KO lagi knockdown. Iya anjing, nggak bakal hancur. Udah itu mah GG kalau dari wall mah udah.
Over the box. Never attempted a fight is taken, but Les eventually will shut that one down. Trading it through, but still now to 2v1. Orbin play, Les is
Mati gak nih Les nih? Dipantekin sama King loh. Oh dia mau ngambil steal, nge-steal kill dia. Nggak bakal. Udah, diambil.
Sesakit-sakitnya Bulldog
Just
kalah
when you
cepet
think
sama
Spectre,
that you've got a leg up over Leviatán at the beginning of these halves.
Fire rate-nya Spectre mah
They prove that they've got more to give.
cepet banget anjing.
The force buy, we haven't seen it once this
Oh,
tournament
keding loh itu.
because they haven't lost a pistol.
Udah keding loh itu
And
anjing.
as soon as they do, using all of the money from the kills and from the spike plant to to invest back into the round and looking deadly. This is another layer of that
Belajar line up-nya Jonas, fix nih penonton Jonas nih. Jonas sih sofanya udah nggak jelas line up rekonnya ini. Shock Dart-nya juga. Mati nih Shay. Shay offside lu. Wah, miss. Aduh, kenapa miss? Sayang banget. Wah, kalau dia nggak miss, itu bisa ngubah game aja. Wah, udah ke-trap di sini Melser. Melser berharap. Wah, Takolila. Takolila. Kayaknya Les nggak tahu nih. Iya, Les nggak tahu. Nggak. Pada nggak tahu kah Melser di sini? Oh, ketahuan tuh, ketahuan tuh. Ketahuan ada. Gak bisa. Gak bisa. Udah nggak sih? Ini mah udah game ini, udah kebaca ini.
13-5 mah kejadian semalam itu.
Nggak, ini kelihatan banget Loud kena pressure ini. Wah, dia kalau kalah Iko bro. 12 bro.
Wah, duitnya habis banget itu.
Excellent individual form from Leviatán.
Duitnya 0 bro.
They are a defense-sided team, but this is a golf 5-round deficit that they have to try and recover.
Wah, woi, nggak jadi ngebos, takut. Wah, kritik 3. Nice tuh tadi. Mapiknya Loud loh, makanya. Udah ini mah 2-0 guys, kita bisa nonton DRX lah ini mah, yuk guys.
Kalau mau lanjut nih Vin.
Kalau ini 2-0 gue nonton DRX satu map kayak biasa.
Leviatán, even when they had that wall down on B, were playing very heavy around mid, making sure that nobody could come mid and undertube towards B or uptube to kitchen. Loud instead trying to stack.
Wah, Loud sih ngadi-ngadi lo Loud. Oh, nggak kelihatan ya. Ayo lu, dipanteking lu.
Tapi King nge-pick mati nih.
Iya. King pakai apaan? Bulldog ngefur anjing.
Bulldog.
Ngefur anjing. Kelihatan.
Double pick lu.
Atas bawah pusing-pusing lu anjing. Kelihatan itu tadi. Moncongnya bang.
Still Taco wants to do a bit of damage. Headhunter holding close
Oh,
to
dia tahu tuh, dia kelihatan.
Less working his way across rafters. Is there going to be the setup for it?
One nice to the other.
Almost to the spray down to collect it, but now down to that 1v1.
Nice.
He caught the timing, but just could not land the shot.
Aduh, itu Melser kalau nggak nge-whiff mati itu.
What a flick. Pancada finding 2 very important kills in that round. Picks up King on the mid lurk. Comes back around to win the 1v1.
Oh, dikasih senjata, dibeliin. Iya.
Get the res, throw the weapon. And that's going to help the economy, and that is in a desperate situation for Loud right now.
Gue nggak pernah tuh abis ngeres ngedropin temen gue senjata.
And here's what I'm talking about. Loud's defensive.
Ya udah, lu mau gue hidupin jadi senjata sendiri lah anjing.
If we get there as the third map.
Posisi kan mereka kalah kan, di res dikasih.
Iya bang, kan mereka timbang. Kalau kan mainnya random bang, bodo amat bang.
But that's a long way off, and it feels a long way off at this point too.
Comeback.
Loud getting a very important round on the board.
Nih, line up.
Test the Leviatán economy right now.
Retake.
A big round that both teams will want to invest into. Aspas breaking his ankles there just a little bit, takes 15 damage.
Nggak jadi. Guri-gurinya ya, mengambil orb di situ ya. Oh, Melser mau ambil orb karena bisa nge-revive dia. Mendingan Shy pakai ulti lu deh Shy. Abis itu next run baru King pakai ulti, jangan barengan dah. Gila, gue udah kayak analisis lu. Platinum komentarin tadi. Pasti, gue juga yakin dipakai barengan. Cuma sayang aja gitu ultinya dipakai dua-dua. Soalnya dua-duanya buat nge-push gitu loh.
But the rest of the team
19-6 bro, si King bro.
go towards A once more.
There's about to be an explosion of a fight, isn't it? Over towards
Wah,
A.
30 detik terakhir. Oh,
Udah
dong
pasti
dua-duanya.
komit ini.
Ya, dua-duanya dong.
Playing up close.
Wow, barengan tuh. Barengan tuh.
On either side, so it's gonna be scattered across. No abilities in play. It's just gonna come down to the raw fundamentals.
Sadak.
Sadak will be the first to pay for his life. They burst down his body. There is no return fire from the rest of the team. Sassy, a little bit too delayed.
Sasi, kamu nge-whip pakai guardiannya. Tidak. Wah, mati dah lu. Aspas dah lu. Udah deh.
One after the other, the players of Loud are being caught unaware.
Udah.
Difference there, Brent, between how the two teams are playing and supporting each other.
Enggak, itu temennya bang. Itu temennya bang. Itu temennya bang dalam bang.
Gara-gara merah ini kebiasaan lihat susu merah.
Too late to trade Sadak.
Halo online.
Too early for Les to come and
Besok
help.
watch party-nya bang. Pengen gua.
And it just ended up being a trickle retake.
Besok seru soalnya.
Near good enough for Loud.
JJ ketagihan fan tuh.
Iya, nanya mulu ya.
Put that 11th one on the board. The advantages, the
Kalau
stats, everything was pointing
ada fan
towards,
gak Jo hari ini Jo?
Tiap hari tanya Vin.
So far they do not have a lot of buffer room. They don't have room to work with.
Sadak out on his own. Nobody else.
No one else with it, and no one else with him. No one breaking the dart as well.
Yeah,
in that situation.
Nobody broke the dart. The teamwork there just falling flat on its face from Loud. And I think this is a great time to take a timeout.
Wah, Loud kalau kalah,
calming down.
gigi bang.
Second one going to be used here for
Loud kalau kalah gigi ini udah map one.
A quick glimpse of it, but Leviatán, Leviatán, not even needing to use either of theirs so far. Of course, this map.
Streamer dong Loud.
Jangan Loud. Dah langsungnya 2-0 Loud. Gue lebih pengen nonton DRX.
They've simply been in control.
DRX sama FPX dua-duanya sadis bro. Masalahnya dua-duanya yang menang smooth gitu loh. Kalau ini kan Loud kan dari decider match menangnya. Jadi sebenarnya udah bisa ketahuan sih ini siapa yang menang technically.
Close matches sure, but winning.
Mansen jam 1 nih baru bangun nih.
Mansen gue nggak pernah, makanya gue seumur umur dari tanggal 31 ngeliat Mansen watch party cuma sekali nih.
Tadi malam gue liat di streaming jam berapa? Jam 2. Abis ini, abis match kedua tuh.
And if they lose this round,
baru di
it
streaming.
feels like the series is game over.
Parallels.
Haven pick coming up, not looking good.
Exactly.
Casternya bilang udah game over buat Loud.
Iya kalau dia kalah udah game over. Orang duitnya segitu, mereka pasti iko.
When they lost at Copenhagen, the other LATAM team.
And another South American rivalry match.
Bener-bener sabar anjir.
A big surprise to a lot of people that it didn't go the way of Loud.
Gak bisa gue disiplin gini. Masih gue nengok kanan nengok kiri terus ujung-ujungnya gue di headshot.
Coming out the back of Loud's timeout, Leviatán clearly expecting some kind of defensive aggression. But they haven't spotted anything, and nothing's really going on. This is just time ticking off the clock.
Karena mereka mesti ngandelin timing. Aimingnya udah sama-sama sadis. Kayaknya para Radiant player tuh mereka tuh namaste semua deh.
As this wall goes down, there are going to be so many tools that Leviatán have to get through.
Semuanya. Wah mati nih.
Secondly, a
wah sayang banget. Iya kena tapi sayang banget. Jadi malam dia ke push.
Like it's going to be too successful.
Waduh, full util udah nih. Kita lihat. Recon ketahuan. Nice Mankada, nice. Wah jangan line up. Nah, aduh.
Jiggle of the movement, Tackle does find it, but time is running low. 20 seconds remaining.
Mesti push. Wah anjing, berani banget. Mati anjing. Wah GG cok. Udah GG cok. GG cok. Wah GG udah.
It's a 5v2. And Loud's economy is going to be absolutely desperate if they lose this one. What a push from King.
Gak bisa. Itu udah di throw itu sengaja. Mereka udah tahu soalnya. Wah gak bisa.
Gitu mainnya bro.
Kelihatan itu tadi. Karkolila.
Gak dapet pick tapi.
You just gotta save.
Kalau gue jadi Leviatán gue buru anjing.
What an absurd call from Sadak.
Lu mati pun next round bisa beli anjir, enggak usah takut.
Leviatán gonna be put onto map.
Gue buru sumpah.
Map point and Loud with a mixed buy.
Soalnya mereka dapat kill pun tetap Iko. Tuh, tetap Iko mereka.
Actually being able to get the kill there on Taco puts him 1 point away from a
sayang banget.
If Aspas drops his rifle over to somebody else and plays for the alt orb early, that kill in terms of the chamber v chamber post-round could make a bit of a difference. But perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. It's still a 6-round deficit. The Loud are having to pull back towards no room. And a horrible
kan Turki bang, gimana bang? Kalian nonton bocil-bocil Indo bingung aku bang.
Pancada doesn't get this one. At least not until the ult orb's been picked up.
Oh, di push. Wah, lu lihat. Nice one, Pancada. Wait.
Like there the movement. Pancada though, he waits right into it. But he guesses correctly on the third time around. Sidestep is there enough. He doesn't pay for it with his life.
Dari sini mereka comeback ceritanya. Wah, ngeri banget Cilot langsung kalau comeback ini.
Leviatán just so confident to take
King kayaknya lagi mau ke A lagi nih.
Really any utility being used. Look at them just contacting into this one. They haven't cleared the back of it. The flash to supplement and the swing onto Aspas.
Nice
Great
flash,
combo
nice
play
flash.
there from Sadak and Aspas, the duo on this team. The most often
masuk lagi tuh King tuh. Ngebokong lagi tuh King tuh. Ya tadi kayak gini nih strateginya nih. Oh tapi dijagain sama Les. Dijagain sama Les.
It feels like Les is watching for it.
Yeah, he knows it's a possibility.
But there could well be a Viper v Viper clash. And even if King doesn't push forwards.
King naik ke atas King, naik ketup King. King naik ketup King. King atas lu King, naik ketup. Wah ketahuan.
Mode fokus nih.
Ketahuan nih.
Mode fokus nih Crystal.
Difficult situation this is for Loud. They just going so wide.
Sayang banget netnya miss.
To try and take advantage of it before the wall is broken as well. Loud have the advantage here, but the retakes have not been clean.
Mati. Lo percaya Pancada mati?
Be a heartbreaking round to go down on.
So disjointed, but they do have that player advantage, like you were mentioning, Josh.
Tuh kan.
Melter wants to take the fight right to them underneath. Hugging the corner.
Sayang
King will
banget.
eventually be punished. The Melter's doing so much work for them. Now just down to Adverso. The 1v2. Dodging Juke, playing the movement around. Maze, less.
Masih lama.
It's a scrappy round, but it's one that they win.
Sayang banget si Mazer. Siapa bukan Mazer? Siapa yang nembak dari bawah? Rafter.
King tadi. King tadi yang di bawah.
Mazer udah bagus.
And how he plays off the pressure from the rest of his team too.
Wow.
Sweet 2K.
Yeah.
Itu sayang banget tuh Adverso turun tuh.
That 1v2 clutch happen.
Wih, apaan tuh karena itu? Apaan tuh? Masa nge-whiff? Sini lah, gua aja lah. Anjay.
That last round, where the weaponry was awful, could have been the hardest ask just yet. Aspas now with the Tour de Force online means everyone has a good weapon in hand.
Not out of the woods yet, though.
Apakah Aspas? Kedetek 3 tuh. Wah, timing! Oh my god. Gila, sabar banget loh.
Really testing the limits of the Loud defense.
Si King.
There's so many Watch it tackle here. There are so many angles that know he's there. They heard, I think, at least a part of the utility. How do you get away with that?
Nice trade, nice trade.
I thought King might use that bit of scurry. Sense of chaos on the other side of the thing.
Aduh, ngeri banget yang ini anjing. Aspas melawan King.
Worry about this one. No, okay, King's just going to be backing away.
And the tension relieved from the situation. Any point there, timing could have flipped.
Katanya King sini King, kita mesti komit A nih.
They have stacked 3 players up towards A.
Viper going to be going up for them as well. This is going to be disrupting this push. And they've got the right read, like you said, Josh. To A now. TForce going to be placed once more. Same one as before with the darts as well to try and help that one out. Push them back, and it has been dealt with, but the plan's not being disrupted. In fact, the swing now comes through Loud. Great fundamentals of play. Spray transfer to make that one a bit more rewarding on the side. Leviatán. Loud another great retake.
Iya loh, gue baru sadar Leviatán belum ada timeout, Cok.
Iya, belum timeout mereka.
Kayak timeout gak sih, Bang? Kata timeout, Bang. Momentum udah dapat nih, Bang, Loud nih, Bang. Kayaknya coach sama timnya sama playernya lagi betting deh. Oke, kalau kalian bisa menang tanpa gua timeout sama sekali, gua traktir kebab all you can eat. Gitu.
Buset. Kebab monster tapi ya.
Kebab monster all you can eat.
Leviatán on a light
Tuh,
buy.
BTO anjing strong banget mental player ini.
In these kind of situations. So far in the tournament, coming into this match, they were winning half.
Tapi ini kalau sampai 12-12 sih, wah.
Capek sih Bang, Bang.
Which is just absurd.
That is ridiculous.
So
utterly ridiculous.
Loud are still in
danger. Adik-adik, saya lupa nyalakan mic tadi adik-adik.
Oh, ke-detect Leviatán 2 orang.
Itu
kelihatan tuh, Takoila. Nggak ngeliat kah?
Aduh, udah di-pick lagi.
Wah, di hold gini? Les? Apa Les? Wah, Les gila lu, wah mati. Wah, Les ngapain Les, anjim? Nggak jelas Les nge-throw anjing.
Res lah.
Ya res lah temen lu woi, Pankada.
Woi, res lah, udah kalah anjing kagak mau ngeres.
Malam Randy. Oh mereka retake di res harusnya nih. Oh enggak, fake retake. Fake rotate anjing. Nice banget.
Beautiful spray down.
Ah mati. Apakah King akan clutch?
Pistol doang lagi.
Supreme read on this. They know
players are just trying to land
and end their way up towards A.
Wah, anjing.
Oh,
nice Pankada. Nice timing. Teo nggak sih Bang? Teo nggak sih Bang?
Major play by Sadak.
Bang Teo nggak sih Bang?
Major play.
Bang, mendingan gak makan oleh ini Bang daripada pulang Bang.
Push up off the back of the sound bay. Leviatán were going for a strat where they were deliberately making a lot of noise, running out of the A side, and then trying to quietly sneak back in, making it sound to Loud like they'd left and were on the rotate to B. But instead of rotating, he went to re-clear.
Nah, gitu dong.
That put him in a position to spray down 3.
Udah katanya, udah dong, jangan overheat dong. Tuh dia bilang, gue tahu lu semua capek, tapi inget ya, oke? Gue botak nih gara-gara lu semua, oke? Please lah. Kalau gue kalah betting, apalagi mau gue cukur, jembut, nggak mungkin kan? Please lah, ya, jangan overheat, ya.
Ih, gelnya nyaut gini, Vin. Lah, kemarin bukannya lu ke barber?
Ya itu bleaching.
Oh ini
cakep. Sign wax, WiFi, cakep.
They were the second place team in LATAM.
Tolong,
and I watched so many matches of them failing to get to Masters events because they let a lead slip like this against Crew. And it was Crew that went in their place.
Itu final kayaknya.
Since they've added Ona to the team and Bitoni and Shy, it feels like that mental game is much more in place. And they haven't let leads like this slip away.
9-12 loh.
Udah sih, udah ini 13-9. Udah lah.
Harus ini Bangkers Bang.
Enggak Bang, udah Bang. Kelar Bang.
Maybe could make a bit of a difference here and Ona just making sure that he steps in before anything like that can happen.
Teo sih.
OT.
Orang tua. Iya. Gas.
See what the adjustment is.
Oh, Les mau ulti kah Bang Les? Don't get in my way.
Even though he's suppressed, he'll have it as a reaction if they try to go into A. I was wondering whether Les was going to go for the rotate there. It feels like both of these teams are never going towards B main. No.
Wah ini Leviatán 3 orang udah mau ulti semua lagi.
It was Taco in the first half, it's Aspas now. The whole of the attack sides are all focused around A and mid. Put such a weird twist onto this game.
Bakal di-push lah B-nya.
And now, big ultimates for Loud too.
Tinggal sendiri berharap nge-push dari mana, bro?
And Sadak will have the null command for the retake if they want to go over towards the B site. Feels like both of these teams have been using the ultimates in a reactive way.
Kita lihat apakah Aspas bisa mendapatkan at least 1 kill. Ketahuan. Wah.
Slight jiggle with a jump peek at least with the knife. Does force that rendezvous back, so
oh, udah komit. Shy dapat.
Waves across the site, the owl drone going down a little bit too late, probably for their liking.
Wah, udah dapat nih Leviatán nih. Udah dapat. Wah, hati-hati dah lu dah. Oh, anjir.
Pushing all the way through, but spam through the wall.
Great spam. There is a res available, but that would be a dangerous one. And Sassy's found another.
Yeah, this is such a fast retake now from the Loud players. They're making sure that they waste no time in the mix. Trying to take the fight straight to them, and it's up to Melter, but he knows his positioning now. And Aspas, far too talented individually. This guy is just...
Itu sayang banget.
But that is going to be that 10th round that Loud needed. Leviathan's economy, I believe, is now going to be in the gutter.
Pertanyaan gue, kenapa mereka play-nya di situ ya?
It certainly is. Loud are making this comeback a reality. And this awareness is beautiful from Sassy. This is where you see, despite the fact that these teams have never played against each other before, they know how each other play. There are only a few teams in the tournament that go for plant positions like that on B, getting aggressive up towards the back. Snowman. And Sassy knows it's happening before it's even begun.
Yeah.
Reads it. Ulti 3 nih.
Easy stuff.
Oh, di push sama ini. Wah, tapi Sadak masih bisa ulti lagi. Cuma kena sekali. Jar.
Back onto the angle. He was initially pushed off, but now he's being swarmed. Starting to get a bit more dangerous, but luckily Pancada was there to cover.
And Taco gets rezzed. That is the TForce back online. And the major tool that Leviatán
nggak terlalu nih Leviatán anjing. Dari 12-6 jadi 12-10. Aduh. Kok buffering?
Surely.
Back up onto that angle.
Nah, udah nih.
And it's a 4-player stack from Loud. Leviatán have demonstrated though an ability to just pivot and go all the way back to A.
Yeah, all the...
And King has lurked, so Loud players have to be cautious at least a little.
Oh, King lagi-lagi lurking nih. Yang bisa ulti King masalahnya, bro.
Yellow there. 30 seconds remaining in this
round. Tuh midnya tuh. Ketahuan ente.
Players. The call has been made at least by King because he has lurked his way into a deep position into mid, but they don't have any prior space onto A. Very risky to try and pivot when they have this little time into the round. Only 15 seconds left, and there are going to be players to meet them.
Dapat dong midnya.
Sassy and Les, they spot him out, and now with the crossfire setup,
iya, jadi
one after the other, better weaponry.
Spike-nya drop di dalam.
Is necessary. That is going to be Loud on the cusp of bringing it to OT.
Lo telat, Jo.
Sassy again. He's just been a monster in this second half. I know he's sat there at the bottom of the scoreboard, 14 and 15, but Sassy has had so many big moments to make this comeback a reality. And Leviatán
capek banget ditro sama Leviatán, itu bisa menang langsung loh.
Is coming up. And this will define whether Leviatán are able to take this, whether we go to OT. And we were talking about how good Loud are on the defense side of Icebox, but I'll be honest with you, when they lost the force buy in round 14, I did not think we were going here.
It did not look doable, did it? It did not look doable.
But it just shows you, first of all,
how
good the mental game is on Loud, and the fact that they believe in their ability on the defense side, but also how one-sided this team is actually, and how much they rely on their defenses to get going.
Bagus motifnya soalnya.
It's a double-edged play.
Definitely shored up a couple of those weaknesses. Now they are just so close. Dragging this one to OT on the first map.
Jagoan gue nih
lo.
Masa OT, OT gaming ini bro.
Losing it in the first place, probably out of the question for
Devin diajak ke jam 1 malam nih bro.
Almost.
Enggak bro. Makasih. Makasih dia makasih.
Difference maker, potentially the most important round of the series.
Makasih.
And it's one where there's both Viper's pits online.
Makasih sudah selalu ada.
Normally been using it for post.
Makasih ya Bu Sri.
Saving it quite a lot in this half, but not really using it to get onto sites. And he's sometimes been playing the lurk role as well. So
enggak, Devin katanya mau nonton match keduanya bro.
Gak jadi ya. OT anjing males.
Elsa is holding the slow orb.
King, in fact, is holding the bottom of tube, which is where Aspas is going.
Leviatán kalau OT sih
after the prior timeout, if I remember
itu sih keterlaluan.
Or at least he did it in one of these rounds. He's definitely showcased a propensity for pushing tube.
Nah guys, ditinggal Devin ada Mansen habis ini.
Flash was mistimed there. I think that was to try and set Aspas up.
Kita ajak Mansen nobar lagi.
Now he's given it all away. I mean, this would be an ill-advised peek.
Ada metal
That
juga
flash,
tuh sama Andre.
they know it means Aspas wants to peek at the drone. They're giving it away.
Devin gak mungkin nonton match kedua nih kalau sampai ini OT.
To read that they're trying to get aggressive in mid right now. But Aspas is not overstepping himself.
It's a shallower angle. Now you're starting to see them work their way through into B main.
A-nya dapat lagi loh.
What a back of yellow.
Enggak, belum. A-nya belum dapat.
When you look at the other side of the map, Takolia is actually taking his ult.
Kalau
Spike
mati
is
di
nowhere
sini
near as
3
well.
orang,
Almost on a
otomatis
lurk
dia
play
pasti
into
ke.
A. So Leviatán still
commit
have
lah.
options here, even though the timer is getting down to the final 30 seconds.
Enggak dong, Vin, kalau mati di B, Vipernya muter udah ke A.
4 loud players. The correct read.
Oh iya. Masuk gue kirain kalau mereka berhasil bunuh 3 orang di B yang Leviatán.
Yeah, 22 seconds left now with a fragment nade up into the top of the nest. Hunter's Fury into the back of it. That's a snowman. That's to try and help them out, but it's just
nggak kelihatan bang, ketutupan bang.
But eventually the damage is going to be sweeping through them.
Itu blind angle.
Spike has been planted.
And Sadak was too late with the null command. It didn't cancel the Hunter's Fury or the Viper's Pit, but Sassy again, being the miracle worker for Loud in OT.
Sassy has been an absolute maniac, and the shots are fired. One after the other, only 3 players left standing. But do they have enough to try and offset it with the Viper's Pit online? What a peek by Aspas! And they can hear it. The diffuse is online. A triple swing, sticking it! You're gonna be kidding me! King did the most! 3 kills to try and stop it!
Wah, sayang
Loud just had too many
banget.
layers, and they brought it to OT!
Oh, sayang banget.
What an absurd finish to round 24.
Ini round seru banget anjing round barusan.
King doing everything he possibly could.
King e-sport guys ini mah.
But he's only one man. He may be a king, but he's only one man.
Shy sih keterlaluan sih tadi sih, nge-throw anjir.
I mean, look at the scoreline of him, 25 and 12.
It's one of the things actually that's so cool to watch with both of these two teams is how hard their IGLs frag.
Yes.
King on one side, normally an entry player, but he picks up Viper here on this map.
At times, it's felt like a dying art.
It has.
25, Vin, 25.
One of the IGL players often you see them at the bottom of the scoreboard, but not the case with either of these teams.
Udah kayak kill anjir.
King, the respective teams, they absolutely willing to pick up the pieces.
Smoke turun sih, mending soy sih kalian di situ.
And now the question in OT becomes who can win an attacking round, because those have really been the problems for either side. And of course, this may sound like a stupid point.
Tapi satu hal yang gua ngeh ya, perbedaan gameplay Asia sama NE, LATAM atau Eropa gitu, mereka jarang banget kena piercing shot.
Iya. Finding their success, that is the bread and butter for this
placement mereka bagus. Ini baru gue bilang nih, baru gue bilang tuh, baris 3 orang nih.
This is Loud, they're going to be taking good space now, getting a lot of ground over towards B main.
Tangan putus itu tangan tadi. Waduh, ketahuan.
At this point, does that read come through? Because really too much emphasis being placed onto mid. A bit of a rotation by Versa, you can see him just trying to reclear this one now, but with the Viper's wall going up and the Sage wall across and moving forwards, straight deep into Orange. Tackle is watching that one angle, but they got to suspect it.
What
a maniac this guy is! A one-man army!
I'm not sure he even meant to be there. I think he was trying to jump up into top nest.
He's made the most of it though, and now he's weaseled his way in. Such an uncommon position, and they have to just root him out. But this angle that he's playing is just phenomenal, and it's Loud who claim their attack side round.
What an absurd comeback this would be if Loud are able to convert on defense on their favored side.
Just ridiculous.
Leviatán looked like they were in complete control of this map, and it has been wrestled back. What
ini
a
kita
phenomenal
belajar
play by
adik-adik
Sadak.
bahwa duelis tidak selamanya bisa entry.
Just insanity.
Sassy having some huge moments. towards the end of regulation. Sadak with an enormous play there as well. And now it all rests in the hands of Loud if they can convert.
DC lagi, kapan gue DC?
Defensive side.
Kayak kemarin.
First time it feels like forever in this map. A lead in the rounds, an opportunity for Loud to take this map.
King kesel ini. Yang lebih kesel si botak sih, Vin.
The wall has actually got a gap in it. Aspas can peek through.
That could be the difference maker.
Leviatán aware of that. They should be.
It's very patient play though on their attack side. Spike obviously not making any moves too much. In fact,
Shy jadi twice nih. Shy. Kita mau Shy. Salah ya? Lagu siapa ya?
For the A push.
Wak. Itu Rihanna guys.
The rounds where Leviatán have had the most success have been where they create mid or B pressure and King is able to get a lurk off on A.
Yeah.
And yet towards
Muter lagi, fake rotate.
It's been mostly Taco playing A and King in mid.
Yeah.
They haven't seen as much success with that setup.
Di commit dong.
King is going to become the lurker.
Waduh, mereka 4-4 nih bro.
Sadak's reads on defense have been immaculate so far in this map.
Just every single time.
Oh,
Elgato's wall up. There's a fight in mid though potentially happening here as well. No, at that little bit of contact in A, Sassy runs away.
Yep, just backing away. Wants to try and help the rest of his team. Just try and push back into this play. Flash over the top, and Verso just did not know where he was looking.
Udah GG bro. GG bro. Dah Loud menang ini.
Whatever you want to call it, Pancada is doing so much work.
King, udahlah King. Dah King, cukup King.
The defuse comes through, nothing in sight to stop it. What a comeback for Loud to win map number 1.
That shows some absurd grit from the Brazilian squad, and look what it means to them. They know that they had to win on that map.
Wah, Jason Statham marah anjing.
On Haven for sure, but it is a map that they've looked a little shaky on and would have set them up terribly in the series had they dropped this. You got a feel for King as well. 26 and 13 to end the map, and Loud still, by a team effort, are able to come back and steal it away from them.
Just unable to get any sort of foothold on their backside.
Absolutely phenomenal map run to start this series off in the South American rivalry.
It's so close.
I thought we were going to get a bit of a whimper from Loud, honestly.
Maybe one-sided on Icebox, maybe one-sided on Next, who knows, but
that was not the case.
No.
Gue jadi King, gue marah sih itu.
High energy.
Bete loh, sumpah. Ketika lu top fragger, terus temennya ada satu yang nggak sabaran dikit gitu. Tuh.
A moment of calming his team down and then followed up by the pop-off.
Iya guys, lo respect streamer nih guys.
God, it's gonna be great. I mean, just get me to map 3 as well.
Set map, I know.
Di bioskop, Cok.
Would love to see that happen, but of course, early days of the series.
Wow, mereka anjing.
The cards. Now we're looking forward to that map number 2. That is just going to be astounding as we head to Haven as well. It's going to be an interesting sit down alone.
Pas mereka 12-6 sampai mereka ke 12-12, itu mereka ada berapa kali chance mereka bisa menang.
Breaking down the action that we've seen just far, setting us up for that map number 2. Don't go anywhere. You know.
Pelajarannya tuh di sini tuh lu mesti sabar sih. Siapa yang lebih sabar dia yang menang gitu.
Full. Map 2-nya Heaven ya?
Heaven. Kalau Heaven sih gue yakin LATAM, Leviatán udah pasti menang. Soalnya jujur ya, ini Loud di sini tuh menang pas defense-nya itu loh di Icebox.
Iya. Makanya kan gue bilang kan, kita lihat defense-nya. Wah, bener defense-nya bagus juga.
Iya.
Kalau rapi sih belum.
Rapinya kalau nggak rapian Leviatán. Leviatán retake-nya sih sinting. Nah di Heaven nih, chat gue udah ngomong, udah itu udah playground-nya Leviatán katanya. Mereka rapi banget entry-nya.
Semua bisa terjadi bro di Valorant bro.
Bener. Nggak, semua bisa terjadi di turnamen bang. Turnamen offline tuh sulit anjir.
Di ranked juga ini sih Vin, terjadi hal-hal yang tidak diprediksikan anjay.
Kalau tiba-tiba ada yang ngedart dari
EMEA ya? EMEA.
FPX itu EMEA ya.
EMEA dia Bang Bi.
Welcome back to VALORANT.
Bebek gua ngoceh nih, gua dengerin ya.
Playoffs, and we've already got a massive series on our hands. Loud comes back 8 straight games.
Bebek Crazy tuh terkenal dengan eyelinernya yang buset tuh. Ada sayap tuh di mata tuh.
Yeah, I mean, what a game that we just got to witness, but what a hard
Ada banjir matanya terbang tuh.
It feels like they are returning back to that former roster that Josh was talking about that used to choke every single time to not qualify.
Kelihatan banget ya, yang ini make up-nya simple kan. Crazy kayak all in bro.
Ini lebih simpel sih Vin. Gak make up.
Ini make up, semuanya make up Jo. Gak mungkin gak make up, semuanya make up ya. Tapi sangat amat tipis kalau cowok mah.
Yeah, and overall, I felt like this game, at least for
Chris itu pendukung FPX kan, dia dukung gua sih, dia support banget gua.
Parah. With so many cool little one-off plays, so many ideas on Icebox that not a lot of other teams are showing, even though they were playing that same composition that pretty much everyone is running. And I think the way they play is incredibly impressive, right? This team thus far has only lost one pistol round. It's the pistol round you're watching right here. But despite that, Owner and the team, they just make this call. They're like, we're going to force back in, we're going to send it back in, and they win directly off of that to build their momentum.
It's such a strong response and just classic out of Owner and this team. They're really good in these rounds. And the thing that Josh was talking about on the cast, which is they actually are winning a lot of these pistols, a lot of these bonuses. They're getting all these rounds.
Mau lihat ACS-nya King dong.
Ini gue pengen lihat damage-nya nih.
Kok kasih lihat sih?
Belum Pak, habis ini.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, once we got into that second half there, it was a complete turnaround, 180. And in particular, it was Saucy who was leading the charge for Loud to come back and make this comeback a reality. He's just such an intelligent player. The stats won't tell you this, but he had so many impactful rounds back to back.
Every single round that you saw them coming back in overtime had Saucy setting up for a dart, like reading what the play was about to be as well. These guys really went crazy.
Lo lihat Saucy tuh kayak Shazam tapi botak.
At the end of the game.
Yeah, Loud's supportive line was looking
Sachi ini mirip siapa ya kemarin ya gue bilang ya.
What you need when you're looking at a team like Loud, for those supportive
ada player
players to
botak
step
juga
up
nih
when they
Vin.
do,
Aduh,
this
gue lupa
team
lagi
looks
namanya.
absolutely world class, and they were today. And I mean the experience as well, just showing through in being able to make that comeback happen.
Let's move on to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. This one, although they didn't win it, goes to Leviatán, the Sage Wall boost. Break this down for me, Mean.
Yeah, this was just craziness. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. No one really does these types of plays. Luckily, it gets the slimmest of angles.
Baju bang, baju doang bang.
And gets out, and Leviatán move on to win the round.
Bajunya yang ditembak, palanya yang hilang.
Like for example, the dart that lands bottom tube.
Ini Leviatán kalah sia-sia sih.
There was also the dart that lands on their execute from the backside.
Nah, tekniknya siapapun yang kalah, belum kalah sih. Masih ke lower bracket sih.
Iya.
Sering kali kan terjadi kalah di match pertama, tiba-tiba menang.
Credit to Loud, they adapted on the fly. I think that B-site take that was continuing to happen for Leviatán was the best example of that adaptation. Constantly we're doing that deep wall.
Botak udah seneng aja tuh akhir game jadi pose paramek kayaknya.
And in the last few rounds there,
Gak ada coy, yang pose paramek cuma Zeta doang.
Saucy had multiple big rounds to shut that down.
Mana di repost lagi itu anjing foto Devin sama akun Valorant bangsat.
Emang iya?
Iya kan yang gue tag itu kan di repost.
Check it out.
Di repost itu Vin.
Lu tag di mana?
Yang ke waktu itu yang habis lu post itu kan malamnya.
Nah, akun Valorant yang mana anjing?
Yang Valorant ID.
Oh iya. Aduh anjing. Lu baru lihat.
Poskadon pancen oh iya.
But what Shy has shown us thus far at this event has been incredible. I think he's been one of the best like clutch players.
Valorant ID Twitternya, Jo.
Di IG.
Hah, sumpah di IG?
Iya di IG. Bukan gak main tweet.
Yang one up.
Bukan yang ID, yang ID.
Oh, yang centang ya?
And he's got the pillow. Back support is everything in these tournaments. You know, he's under pressure. And my guy's relaxed. He's ready for a nap at halftime.
Yeah, super, I mean, I've never seen somebody do that. Usually, you know, there's the comfort things, but pillow behind the back.
Yeah, it's like the like Saya player's shoebox, so he always has his arm at the right height.
Lah, kok gak ditunjukin ACS-nya?
All right, coming up, we have Leviatan's map pick. We've got Haven. So all is not lost for Leviathan. You know, the first map wasn't their map pick anyway. Even though we thought they were going to win it, they have their comfort pick coming up next. So we're going to be expecting a
Mana sih? And I think the difference
di story.
Iya, udah yang kemarin itu.
Oh, di story. Gue pikir di post kaget gue anjing.
It's not the end of the road, like you said, Chris. There's still definitely room here for Leviathan to do very well. Just losing Icebox hurts because you already saw that this potentially was already a wrap series, right? Because of how they're so good on Haven.
Yeah, and I think what is interesting about this Haven map for Leviathan and why I somewhat have faith in them to be able to come back into this one
kita masuk ke match yang kedua.
Different looks and they've all looked really solid.
Berarti bener-bener habis gua post di repost.
Kan habis lu post tuh 19 menitan apa ya? Lu post kan gua post juga tuh.
Iya.
Pagi ada notif yang itu di
repost.
Because they just haven't played it as much on the international stage, but it's still very, very strong.
Another thing that impressed me a lot about Leviathan was the force round in the second, right? And I looked up the stats and I'm wondering, man, this is totally an owner bug.
Gak ada yang cupu anjing.
25% win second round win after losing.
Gak ada yang cupu. Gak yang cupu. Ini dua-duanya jago anjing. Yang cupu gua. Lu dukung gua.
For a round where you're so disadvantaged. So to see it continue here is a really, really good sign.
Devin habis PCT katanya mau nge-push akunnya tuh ke ini.
Iya, ke silver. Nge-push kan didorong ke bawah, Bang.
Iya, bisa sih.
Iya kan?
Iya. Masuk akal aja.
Iya kan, kalau nge-pull baru gua naik.
Getting a good speech in between these maps, recovering together, resetting your mental from the game you got slip away, and focusing on winning out on Haven.
All right, let's get back into Prime Gaming.
Males dukung Devin emosian main rank di gold platinum.
Siapa yang main Valorant gak emosian kalau random anjing? Apakah Mirror Pick? Oh enggak.
Sama, Vin.
Mirror Pick lagi?
Sama lagi anjing.
Emang dasar LATAM dua-duanya anjing.
Yang aneh itu cuma meta Korea sama Cina doang.
Gila, mereka Mirror Pick mulu. Oke, kita lihat nih ya. Kita lihat nih perbedaannya jauh nggak nih playstyle cara main mereka nih di Heaven yang katanya playground Leviathan.
Jangan ajak gua kalau Devin mau push rank, ajaknya memanten, si Ray, yang jago-jago.
Lu juga Ascendant 3, babi.
Udah imo, Vin.
Sombong, anjing sombong. Nggak, gua kemarin lihat lu imo terus turun lagi. Kan 0 ya, tempat rating lu 0 ya di imo ya.
Udah, iya, kemarin turun. Gue tadi pagi mau nemenin Manson, cuman takut kabelan gue dipotong.
Buset. Serem banget.
Iya, teriak-teriak mak gue bangun. Dipotong kabelan.
Dipotong udah deh.
Udah deh.
En. Semoga yang menang RRQ. Gue sih dukungnya Persija sih.
Wah, parah.
Ini mah Loud 2-0. Buset Persija. Gue sih ini ya. Trans FC gue. Trans FC. Itu deh.
Udah ganti.
Udah ganti ya, jadi Rans Nusantara. Apa jadi Nusantara maksudnya namanya?
Rans Nusantara kan.
Oh, tetap ada Ransnya ya?
Iya.
Oke.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited.
Sambungin lagi lah pakai tali rapi ya. Rapi anjing, rapi tali disambungin ke kabelan. Ide bagus itu.
Kemarin caster pernah bilang Leviathan ngikutin playstyle Loud. Iya kah?
Kalau dibilang ngikutin enggak, guys. Emang meta Amerika Latin agak aneh, bro.
I mean, that was absurd. An OT win over XZ. Since then, they've beaten Team Liquid and PaperX here. Leviatán are so good at this.
Lu tau gak kenapa di Champions turnamen ini kebanyakan mainnya no duelist atau satu duelist doang? Karena mereka pengen mengagetkan musuh.
This is not a map that really suits Loud.
Yang bagus dari Devin.
Gak salah kan, mereka pengen ngagetin musuh dong. Woi, flashnya, TP kemana tuh kamu?
Balik dia. Leviatán ngetek ya?
Dua-duanya ngetek.
Buset, siapa yang bertahan dong?
Siapa yang tagnya lebih dalam? Set, aduh timing.
Tidak kena. Hilang dia.
TP deh, pelurunya udah habis tuh. Aduh. Pelurunya udah habis sih, Les. Wah. Anjing. Pasti bete itu Sadak tuh. Apaan sih? Itu orang lagi baru mau pasti mau nge-stun itu tiba mati. Kita lihat retake-nya, set. Di paranoia. Masuk bertiga. Dah GG dah lu. Udah lu. Wait, Aspas Matrix. Mati lu. Aduh.
Lo didukung sama segitiga bermuda. Makanya Levi sengaja kalah. Lihat aja logonya. Bukan anjir, ini tepung segitiga biru anjing didukung.
Segitiga hijau jadinya.
Iya.
Leviatán are 2-0 on Heaven at this tournament. 7-2 across stage 2 and champion. Halo Iksan.
Ini mah 2-1 ini udah.
Leviatán win another pistol. That is 10 out of 11 pistol rounds at champs. They're just so good.
Bang, kenapa yang kita tonton dan Bang Devin dukung rata-rata kalah? Lah ya juga ya. Kita dukung Boom kalah, Perek kalah.
Rusuh banget anjing.
Wah, sama-sama casualty, Cok. 2v1, ayo lu kalau kalah lu.
Ambil vandal dulu.
Ke-C dong, kan lu udah tahu C-nya udah kosong.
Masuk ke short.
Wah, kok gak ke-C sih? Wah, gak aneh banget mereka nge-push A. Aneh banget nge-push A. Jelas lu tahu gak ada granat di C sama di B. Gak ada util race, udah pasti di A dong. Halo? Hey. Halo? Aneh banget.
Oh, right click doing so much damage. It's just a wry smile on the face of Sadak. Extreme reaction from the coach.
Sudah kata-kata yang keluar dari mulutnya itu baru
damage to the Leviatán economy. This is not going to be a potent bonus.
Leviatán have still been dangerous when they've got the weaker weaponry.
Meme tuh guys.
I'm not going to bore you with the numbers, but
not so much in this game yet.
Yeah, it hasn't really reared its head as much, has it?
Oh shit, Sachi ngeri banget.
Ampun Bang Sachi.
That's a very
kelihatan.
long sight line favoring the Phantom there.
Dapat les.
Udah deh. Aduh, nge-wave lagi lu bisa-bisanya lu.
And I really do have to credit Loud. Their anti-ecos so far have been pretty
clean. Ini menurut gua.
And that was something that was totally tripping Liquid and PaperX up.
Leviatán defense-nya juga bagus.
Even Loud actually in the group stage were losing a quarter of their anti-ecos, which is an absurdly large amount.
Apakah mereka kena mental adik-adik?
They have been clean and it's been making all the difference. Made that comeback possible on map 1. Taco's going to pick up the AWP here to attack.
Tipis banget. Wah, combo anjing tuh.
Wes udah dapet aja tuh.
Trying to contest A long.
Takolila udah hilang.
Nice. Aduh, kelihatan 2 orang di kabi. Ketahuan 2 orang di kabi dah lu dah. Udah deh lu. Ketahuan 2 orang di kabi dah.
In the midst of all of this, there was a battle happening around.
Pangkada mati 100%. Pangkada mati 100%. Udah nge-push saya Pangkada.
Kayaknya udah, Boom sama PROSCREEN udah mulai streaming lagi kayaknya.
Gas mati. King, kamu offside. Tapi kamu duelis sih, mesti nge-pick. Oh, itu kelihatan tadi. Enggak ya? Ya kecil. Lu tahu dong. Dah. Ngapain buang util, Anderso? Oh enggak sih, mereka
ketahuan.
Enggak, belum ketahuan tadi. Gue baru inget si Pangkada. Iya kan lu udah dibunuh si King di A.
Iya, gimana?
Lah kocak. Lu ngapain buang? Wah, aneh nih. Adverso nih. Jelas-jelas King dibunuh sama Pangkada. Oh, udah plan for long, udah tahu dong.
Set up long.
Udah plan for long, udah tahu dong dulunya. 1 kabi, 1 lagi di ujung, ya kan. Mati nih. Iya.
Perhaps Leviatán getting away with that one a little. But that's a big round.
Bro.
And a chaotic one at that.
Wah, gila itu Melser.
Picked up that kill. While there was distraction going on, Sassy tried to push and got caught. Just so many fights.
Itu kayak sensitivity-nya pada gede ya. Selalu nge-swingnya kayak agak kelewatan dulu baru ketarik ke tengah gitu. Shish.
Tapi ada yang ini loh, Vin. Ada yang udah pakai sensi kecil tapi mousepad-nya masih licin banget.
Pakai mousepad apa tuh? Wah, les TP, les TP, les apa sih?
Mati.
Wah, udah lu, kelar dah lu dah. Udah ada plan, post plan. Wah, long. Ada.
Kabar dong, Bang.
Udah clear side-nya kocak.
Fairly heavily down C long again. Which is where Aspas and Sassy are heading.
Bang.
Nah, plan for long lagi tuh. TP dah lu. Aduh, mati.
Gak ada yang
halo, Ankada. Halo. Capek. Capek banget. Dah lah.
What the fuck?
Dah lah. Gak ada yang denger kah?
Ren, I gotta say again, I hate these post-ban setups. I know that the distraction was what pulled so many people away, and I think that aspect of the game plan was lovely. But
3 orang nembakin, gak ada yang kena.
Ninja diffuse anjing.
I suppose you give Leviatán a bit of a pass. They were worried about the showstopper coming through perhaps and thought they should all play offside.
Nggak wajar sih kalau nggak ada yang denger sih, karena tadi mereka kefokus sama timingnya tuh pas ditembakin ulti, dia diffuse tuh. Makanya ke distract, terus si dari bokongnya kan ada 2 orang kan. Race sama siapa tuh tadi, lupa. Wajar sih kalau mereka nggak denger.
So despite the fact that Loud have brought this back to 2-3, their economy is still in shambles.
Wah, buset, dijagain tuh 5 orang tuh. Mau buang round kan?
Enak nih, enak nih. King enak nih.
Oh iya, mau buang round nih.
Iya, buang round itu.
Buang round nih.
Biar cepat katanya.
And in the midst of all of that,
nah, langsung full beli itu.
King just mopping up 4 out of 5 of the kills.
Pertama kali lo gue ada yang buang round. Biasanya kan orang mencoba
kemarin
gitu.
Juga ini. Kemarin juga apa buang round gitu.
Zero.
Tapi akhirnya 13-5, Vin.
King looks annoyed there that you stole his ace.
100 Thief lawan siapa? Fnatic.
Iya, lawan Fnatic.
Absolutely slingshotted him towards a showstopper.
Fnatic sedih loh Pyarek pulang.
Iya sih.
Soalnya Boster udah janji ke ceweknya bakalan ngedate bareng Jason. Iya, King tadi marah. Gua anjing. Terus sekali lagi nge-steal ace gua langsung pulang ya bangsat, kata King. Beban lu semua tim. Buset kata coachnya chill.
Ghost skill yang ini invis ya di Evil ya.
Das, aduh. Oh, King mati dah.
Wah.
Corsair placement wasn't quite there from Sassy, but King had already taken the prior damage that he was a soft target.
And I feel like so many of these fights are so all over the place for both teams.
Udah nguap aja nih temen gue nih.
Many more individual duels on this
jam 11 bang, wajar bang aku nguap bang.
The entirety of Icebox
does feel very, very chaotic.
Maybe
that's telling, I think, towards crowd the pressure that they're feeling now as we're heading into the
Yang
playoff
lain
stage.
full screen ini.
Feels more like watching Leviatán at Copenhagen than it has done watching Leviatán at Champs.
Yeah.
At Champs, the teamwork seems like it's been fantastic.
Ngedate bareng Jason. Jadi itu bertiga gitu loh, si Boster, Jason sama siapa gitu. Lagi ini bercandaan guys ya. Ya kali gue tahu, emang gue bestie sama Boster anjing. Das.
Kenapa? Ambil OP gue, padahal ulti anjing. Sering terjadi tuh kayak gitu.
Tapi itu ketek juga ya.
Iya.
Very all over the place. Doesn't seem to be that concrete game plan. Especially with these compositions that you're seeing.
Buset, OP lagi sih Les, no armor.
Very exec heavy.
But not really going for the executes.
No.
More going for
lagi-lagi King Esport.
Playing for picks around the map.
Yeah, trying to pull rotations occasionally, trying to see.
Iya, Cok. Kasihan King terbebani pundaknya.
We're gonna see less.
Overhit aja sih bang, takutnya di map ketiga.
Actually not exposing himself to the mid.
Sama kayak, wah, gue pikir itu pierce shot loh. Tawan tuh Sadak ketahuan. Satu. Waduh.
2-1 nih, Loud menang nih. 2-1, 1-0, map 2.
The defense side is obviously their favorite side, but they normally only average about 6 rounds on Haven.
Ceweknya Boster, Yinsu. Iya, yang sempat jadi caster juga. Yang Asian. Wah.
Well, that could have gone in either direction, but it was a tough shot for Taco to hit.
Microseconds really playing off of that, and King has time in the boom bot. Moves up.
Ngeker bawah terus.
Ngeker tanah bakteri anjing. Oh, udah loh. Wah, tempe gaming. Wah, cim.
Les ngeri banget anjing.
Gokil. Itu Shy-nya sekarat. Dua-duanya di belakang. Pasti nggak ada yang ngecek belakang nih. Oh, ada nih. Nasar. Terus Longnya siapa yang ngecek? Ah, udah GG, udah.
Spots the 2 players though, but Shy is so low. This guy, a young player on the stage, but he has been a demon in the past.
Jangan ngepick. Tuh kan, lihat tuh yang nggak sabaran tuh guys. Yang nggak sabaran, yang kalah. Perhatiin kan dari tadi tuh. Si Melser nge-pick short mati.
Leviatán parah anjir mainnya. Ini loh, gue pikir piercing loh itu.
Iya, gue juga.
Ini loh, ini ngeri banget nih orang nih anjing.
Buset.
He's trying to react, I think, to Shy, and Adversal comes half a second later, and that's exactly when he reacts to it. Shy got wallbanged, I think, through
ini mah
Adversal.
2-0 adik-adik. Kalau Leviatán mainnya begini terus.
Really not working out as a way of pushing less off an angle.
Pretty brutal series.
Chill out.
Now you might start to see a bit of a faster play. That's a fault line to set King
mundur
up.
lagi anjing.
Leaving the satchel just in case they
Bombard out. Bombard out.
Ih, nggak kena.
Wah, nge-whip kamu Les, nggak bisa TP. Pankada jangan absen. Kalau King nge-pick kayaknya harusnya King yang kalah sih tadi. Wah,
ini gue nunggu DRX sama FPX nih. Kayaknya dijaga sendiri, B dilepas. Trapnya kan udah hilang.
Feels like Loud are making the right reads on both maps when it comes to their defense stacks. Leviatán going for the re-hits.
Never really falling for the re-hits as well when the noise gets cut like this.
Tuh.
They're going for re-hits much more often than they
Sabar-sabaran aja ini mah.
And I think Loud have read into that. Yeah. The game plan being just hold steady, hold your nerve, wait for the re-hit to come through. I feel like against other teams, Loud would have spread out by now.
And there's a clash that's about to begin.
Pankada
dodges the fault line, Haunts get destroyed as well. Paranoia, Pankada really is just getting everything chucked at him.
Buset, keluar semua tuh
Blinded into the corner, but no players from Leviatán are still in the site just yet. They're struggling to really get any sort of foothold into it. Dodging, juking, sidestepping, and now the Nightfall moves forward, but it's so delayed. And holding the close corner, Pankada puts an end to it.
What an awesome job anchoring there from Pankada. And I've got to give amazing credit to the coaching staff and Sadak and whoever's informing these defense-sided decisions, because they've just got the read every time on where Leviatán know. Every time. Leviatán are trying to put some pressure on one side of the site, cut noise, go for the re-hit, and Loud do not budge.
No. And credit to Pankada as well. He's being swarmed here. I'm not sure if we're going to see it in his replay.
Ding.
Prior to this,
Ding.
I like how he jiggles his movement as well.
Yeah. Sidesteps it for about a moment.
I'm a god.
I'm Jesus.
See, Zuka's just taking it all in.
I'm Jesus. You shall worship me.
Be an aggressive play though, straight out of garage. It's going to be the season to the nade. Skip and hop over it though. Right, players, make sure they're not on the receiving end of this one, and a Horn to try and clear it as well.
Sayang banget.
Garage control going away.
Enggak.
Leviatán.
Sama kok.
I'm going to be breaking the walls and just backing away for the moment. I'm making sure that they still watch this one with a couple of bodies. They don't.
Aduh, mati nih. Mati nih.
Ding.
This angle.
Wah, hoki banget nge-whiff.
Nge-whiff. His time to get a kill, but ends up going down. So was a bit of that player disadvantage, but so far, Leviatán have been in this scenario quite often. I think in this 5v4, it's how they convert it past this point.
And that's the important part. Coming into this match, they hadn't actually been great for up on King's
Ding.
At least compared to, you know, Taco's first kills or the way that Aspas frags allowed, for example. Sometimes when Leviatán are in the 5v4s, they still let it slip away. This, of course, even worse for them because they've got the economical disadvantage. Pankada is under so much pressure once more here.
There's 25 seconds
left in this round.
He could be the difference maker again, holding close. The active position, but the nade at his feet and the spam. Just in that one sight like that one angle. Lovely clean movement with another satchel, and what a shot by Shy. Felt like he barely even saw less on the screen.
Takolila 1 HP, bro.
That is a lovely round by Leviatán. I'm not sure Sassy's going to be able to do
much
about
apaan sih
that.
Adverso?
The is nice.
Could have made something of it.
Nggak, itu Adverso apaan sih anjing?
5-5. I said earlier that Loud have been averaging 6
Bisa-bisanya
rounds on
sengaja ke detect anjing, udah tahu ada di situ,
and
goblok.
most of the time that's not good enough for them.
Dia pikir ini, dia bisa kill kan pakai OP.
Capek banget.
I love the way that they punished Sadak and Pankada here. Pankada, again, in a spot where he's so far forward, getting overwhelmed by tons of utility. And Leviatán were just controlled with the way that they approached the site. They didn't rush it. They waited to see what the response would be from the site anchors, and they just slowly squeezed and applied the pressure.
Really clean stuff. See another play over towards this double door section. Les tries to take the angle, get the help of the fault line. Ripping through to try and help him, but
that play gets Adverso's ultimate online. Rolling Thunder now available. And these players are really grouped up in A lobby. I would expect this Rolling Thunder to be designed for A or B.
Buang lelenya, heran.
We'll see what the protocol looks like once they hit Aspas and Sassy.
This crossfire can get boomed so easily.
Oh, bisa dapat nih Loud nih. Oh, kena.
Relying on just the satchels, okay.
At any point though here, he can just pop the showstopper and try and collapse on the players he thinks.
Shortnya ditungguin dulu, ayo lo.
Instantly re-clearing down short. Prowler in the hand.
Timing gak nih?
I think if this gets contact, you might see a showstopper.
King mati ini.
There it is, catches it. Aspas wants to take the fight. There's a fault line as well to help it, the stun, to see if they can lock down the targets, but it was on King. He used his own satchels to just get the hell out of there, but 40 seconds remaining, and it's pretty obvious at this point where Leviatán are going.
Loud are using their initiator utility very well to put pressure on Leviatán. At lower...
Kena tuh lah 3 orang tuh.
They dodge the Rolling Thunder, and here comes the showstopper.
And no one's clearing this corner.
Jadi abu anjing di rudal.
Too aware of Aspas and still
mati.
ripping them apart. They'd helping him out. At least the kills do.
Ya ini mah keluar juga mati ini.
2v3, but at this point, where's the spike? Melter doesn't have the ult. He's just running away to save.
Mati Tako Lila. Nggak sadar ada yang ngebokong.
Tako loses the op here as well. It could bode very poorly for them heading into the final round of the half. Loud get their 6. But they're looking decent to pick up a fairly heavy lead heading into the half.
Pernah lihat ada yang pakai Odin di turnamen? Kan mapnya di sini guys, kalau di Ascent baru pakai Odin.
I love the way that they played this round. The delay with all of the initiator utility, the fact that they were playing up towards A lobby, dropped off, respected Leviatán.
Yang gue bingung, Leviatán udah 2 kali loh mati sama orang yang jagain short. Tapi mereka nggak pernah ada yang nge-push short, selalu nge-pushnya long.
It's going to be the same game plan again here from Leviatán, but this time to play for the ult orb on Shy.
Nggak ngerti mereka mainnya gimana Leviatán.
It was Rolling Thunder online last round, this time Nightfall.
Aduh, kok gue
and
ngeri
Loud
ya.
have seen this game plan before, I think.
Aduh.
Seen it. This is taking a lot of liberties by playing this aggressively into mid.
Besok tukang pintu tuh benerin tuh pintu.
Look, it's the same kind of thing. Aspas and Sassy pushing up aggressively, at least making it look like they're in A lobby with the Prowler. And now Leviatán are going to have to use quite a lot of utility to clear A lobby.
Fight's about to take place, isn't it?
Mati nih.
Smoke's dropped down. Respect is being shown. Okay, so the Loud players, Sassy and Aspas, are going to be rotating away, but it's the exact same play. Boombot now to try and re-clear into short.
And not quite the same play. The Boombot broken immediately, and Leviatán, they know what's happening here. So
sekarang race-nya dua-duanya nyimpan secel buat kalau kena stun anjir.
40 seconds left and a Nightfall at their disposal. The B site
itu lu lambat aja sedetik peluru ribuan tuh yang masuk.
It's a really good macro play. The Leviatán side of things, they pulled a lot of these players away.
King,
close angle
King jangan King.
Aduh. Nobody expects Pancada to be holding close.
There goes the Nightfall.
Aduh.
The ultimate's being expended, but the final round, one after the other.
Gila.
Leviatán just cannot hold a candle to the defensive setup. Loud have just got the right read almost every single time.
Jadi 2 kali.
Tapi ini defender sih emang.
This defensive half has looked extremely good from Loud.
Kita lihat ya Loud nyerangnya gimana.
That Leviatán were able to come away.
Kita lihat adik-adik gimana caranya Leviatán nyerang.
And the follow-up.
Ngerti King itu manusia bukan sih udah 16 sendiri.
I think the opening rounds of the half looked very scrappy from both sides. And the game plan was a bit all over. The deeper we got, the more Loud got to rely on those great protocols of calling.
King Esport, bro.
Hard into this one, but we're going to see what our analyst has to say about breaking down his first half, map number 2 so far.
Tapi di tadi gue baru sadar nggak ada yang time out ya. Dua-duanya nggak ada yang time out anjir, jadi jalan terus.
Especially when we saw how Leviatán started again. They won the pistol again, they won the anti-eco again. It really started to ramp up, and so it is a surprising result.
So many of the things that we have been priding Leviatán on are still happening here. King, for example, has been looking like an absolute god. He's kept his form for map number 1, but they're still losing. So many of these rounds, it feels like
KDA-nya 1,9. Tapi tadi di match sebelumnya KDA dia 2,4 sih.
It does feel like Leviatán is trying to take a lot of the space, and they're sheepish about it because it takes so long. Here's Les with the double there, and you saw the amount of times that Les was getting a lot of value in the rounds, and continues on in the back. They just can't clear him out, and because they're slowly working up these spaces, it's really hard for them to actually completely capitalize on their executes.
Yeah, it has been really, really tough for them. Because again, it feels like they're starting off with the right idea. They get that spike down, they get themselves in the right direction, and Loud again has been really good with these retakes. It's a very similar story to map number 1. I think of those rounds where they're playing that post-plant C long as well and just letting things slip away.
So if Leviatán is to come back in the second half, what do they need to do?
I don't know. It feels like it does have to be something around this mental. They're such a good Haven team, but it feels like they're just kind of losing out on a lot of this. You can see it in their faces. They're getting frustrating. They're losing rounds that they really shouldn't be. And you can see the heartbreak. It's palpable for this team.
Iya. Enggak dong. Kan ini kan match baru. Meta kemarin kan metanya group stage nggak berlaku.
Tapi bisa berlanjut kawan.
Yang 2-0 tuh nanti DRX. Anjay. Bro, Asian Pride bro, gimana sih?
Iya, cuman
lawannya raja terakhir.
Aduh. Mau bilang 2-0 tapi
kok nggak mungkin gitu ya kayaknya.
Asian Pride sih, Asian Pride cuman realistis juga sih bro.
This guy has been carrying his weight and more, I think, doing the yelling. And statistically, look at it.
I like that the stats wizard had styled his name like Jing, who did a similar thing. Put the extra G on there. You deserve it, King.
Bisa.
He is playing incredibly over the course of these.
Asia number 1 dah.
Wonderful individually, but I think to Mimi's point, they need the leader for the rest of the team and to keep the mental on track. These pistol rounds have just been amazing from Leviatán.
Anything we've really been expecting.
Rapi banget mereka attack-nya, bro.
Opening all the way into the A side. That plant is going down without anything to disrupt this one. Takulia is finding that opening onto Sadhak. That's a big kill for them. Not going to have any of that breach utility moving forward. The C's close. Now the Horn has to be dealt with, but no players on the side of Leviatán are still in the site just yet, holding their ground into heaven, waiting it out.
That is all utility bled out from Loud though as well.
Absen kah?
Aduh.
Waduh. Cepet banget pusing bala gua anjing.
Every player is low right now on Leviatán, but how are they going to be able to find these kills? The nade over top. Unless cool, calm and collected, he knows exactly where to aim the pistol round for Loud.
What a game changer that one is. Loud have now dealt the first 2 pistol round losses to Leviatán champs and have gone 2-2 in the series so far.
Yeah.
And that is a
itu enak banget ya. Nembak pakai frenzy prime enak banget suaranya anjir.
With Leviatán being on the defense side, they have no spike plant money, they can't force. So that dynamic really shifted Icebox into being them still comfortably in the lead off the back of a pistol round loss. It's just not at play here.
Mati loh. Mati udah.
The opening, looking at a lot of the star players like Takulia to create.
Kenapa sih mereka nggak bisa sabar? Les. Gua pikir ini playground loh. Tapi ternyata ini playback loh. Yeah, sorry.
Nobody wanting to push off the back of it.
Super cautious.
Wah, difur lu sama ding ding dong ding.
Pistols and shorties.
Gak jadi. Aku pulang. Tidak, temanku manggil.
Spectres being shown, clearing the corners there with a boombot. Nade into the back side.
Tuh kan? Gak bisa loh. Leviatán sabar loh. Hold angle aja gitu. Mulai kayak perek loh.
Parah Devin ngomongnya kayak perek. Wah parah banget sih.
Kayak perek ya.
It also puts Loud firm control of the series if they're able to get this. 9-5 up on their opponent's map pick after winning 6 rounds in a row.
Masanya lawan mereka tuh sabar gitu. Kalau mereka nggak sabar mainnya, kayak gini.
By Loud, this battle of Brazil versus LATAM, and Loud, it's been the bane of their existence. It's either North America or crew.
Cuman emang itu musuhnya lebih bagus.
Nonton match ini berasa banget kalau PRX emang ngasih warna baru di turnamen. Sayang aja lagi nggak di best perform. Nggak, sebenarnya dibilang nggak best perform juga ya mungkin lah ya, mungkin gitu. Cuma maksud gua playstyle agresif itu susah guys lawan playstyle kayak gini.
This is a serious rivalry match.
Kalau lu mainnya nahan, terus musuh lu ngeras, kaget lu nya, nggak siap.
I think a lot of people were starting to doubt that they were the
Yang
best.
bikin mereka bisa menang itu adalah kalau makanya kan mereka pas defend mereka agresif kan gitu loh. Tapi udah kebaca tuh. Akhirnya musuh lagi attacking ngendok dulu karena tahu bakal di-push gitu loh.
They don't have a lead that they
Udah
can slip
kebaca.
away, so it is a very different story compared to Xbox, but still one that's going to strain their morale and their grit.
B-nya diambil kan?
Mati deh.
Angle, somehow the Prowler latches onto him.
Those things have got hops.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's just climbing all sorts. I mean, cats aren't
Buset,
good climbers, so it does make some level of sense, but...
Langsung tahu dong.
Back garage, into the garage window
Taruh
on
di
top.
B itunya.
Adverso has some idea that this could happen.
Waduh.
Waduh. They've got a read on this
Bredet lo Aspas lo.
did some decent damage to Aspas.
But if there's any kind of distraction in B, it might open up an avenue for Aspas and Sassy.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to take the timing. The Prowler onto one of the targets. Now the nade into the back. Adverso just playing inside and out of the smoke, and they have locked this one down. They have the rifles, they have the weaponry.
One way, bro,
smoke-nya. I mean, it's a ballsy play. Risks across the board. Sassy has opened up the back of garage, one after the other. 2 kills in the round. Maybe this could be turnable.
Melza previously had a one-way setup on garage. Now he refreshes it.
The Bulldog ADS. I mean, this guy's just creating magic. The entire team is. And they've regrouped now. Sassy. Pretty good idea where the positioning is. Forces out that swing, so Melza's given away the positioning. But King has worked his way around the back. With 20 seconds left in the round, the time pressure.
Itu hoki banget dibokong sama King anjir. Kalau enggak Melzer udah GG itu.
Melza being an absolute menace there on the C site, anchoring it down, ready for where that pivot was coming. And with a nasty one-way out on garage, we saw Les trying to fight his way through in desperation.
Banyak tuh gue ketemu tuh.
Certainly damage done on the bonus round.
Really critical round to win though as well. Couldn't have let that one slip away.
Yeah, it does allow Leviatán to survive.
They're
still going to have a fairly decent buy heading into round 16. Taco though is the player without a rifle.
Mati nih saya sini.
There's going to be pressure on him to try and get some work done. Fast play into garage though. Prowler's going to be clearing a lot of the close corners, making sure there's no trademark in the corner as well. And a jiggle peek just in case.
And a very different approach. Loud putting emphasis towards garage control, which was not an area that Leviatán were particularly fighting over. And Leviatán's defense has left it open. Now they go for the re-clear. With Melza, with Adverso, just getting that information.
Nah, gini dong King, sabar. Dapat nih lu nih. Oh, nggak kena.
This is real pressure heading in his direction.
With the boom bomb being destroyed as well, yeah, you have to call for
9 aja, cok, gue baru nyadar.
It's King and Shy playing together.
Kita menang ini bang. Menang sekali pistol round bang. Menang 2 kali deh. Sama anti eco roundnya. Waduh King.
Leviatán gonna be under a lot of pressure right at the back of his
enak
side
tuh.
with the swing timing. How do you not get the kill there?
King.
Like everything was going his way, but Adverso wants to help him out as well. The helping hand.
How?
Right a swing again.
How?
Wins out the fight, gets that trade.
Gimana caranya lu gak ngebunuh?
Play fast and loose and disrupt this one.
Mati dah.
Paranoia, it's going to be swinging through. It's created an opening now for the players to get back in, but it's just down to Melza. In a 1v2, Sassy has confidence enough to swing through the smoke.
That's a crazy aggressive post plant for Loud. Sassy got the spike down and had his Nightfall online, and I thought they would drop back and just use that to confirm the post plant, and instead, Aspas, feeling the hot hand, just decides to fight at CT.
Yeah.
And I think post plants like that, moves like that, indicate a confidence difference between these two teams right now.
Sure.
I mean, Loud are just feeling it. Aspas swinging out, finding that pick, trading out Adverso, who had already killed 2 of his teammates and continues to fight over CT spawn. And Loud, they're up 4 rounds, and you can read it in terms of the body language there with the coaches. One team is now in control of this match, and it is not the team that was 12-6 up on the first.
Ridiculous turn of events here. Leviatán taking their first timeout now. Their first timeout of this map. They had one available in the first half, chose not to use it early. I think this is going to be shining some light, honestly, as well onto Owner. Put a lot of respect on his name in terms of being able to take really good timeouts, making sure that they disrupted the enemy's game plan a lot of the time.
But where were they?
Prime Vandal, best Vandal,
Way
tarik.
too late on Icebox.
And I think it feels like too late now. The first timeout being called in round 17.
Iya, Leviathan nggak bisa
The
sabar,
first
bro.
time that they've been able to have their coach's input. It is very late in the game for something like that. Especially when Leviathan are going into an eco round, which should put Loud up at 11-6.
Paling banyak, anjir.
Not much room for maneuvering.
Ini dia tadi mirror pick loh. Dua-duanya mirror pick. Masa lo kalau kayak gini sih lo ngadi-ngadi lo Leviathan lo, skill lo berarti di bawah Loud ini. Kalau lo sampai kalah udah bener skill lo di bawah Loud aja. Wah, di pick 4 orang.
Head ripped off. Prowler latched onto a target as well, making sure that side is fully vacated. Loud have complete control of it once more. Look at smokes as well. Just a one-way in heaven controlled.
Tembak.
I don't know where this is being planted though. Pings. Spam just go wide and the smoke dissipates at just the wrong time.
Loud looking comfortable here, holding on. Verso is going to be able to get his ultimate online with a death.
Flawless kah?
But that's basically the only
Iko ini mereka.
Just the sheriffs, I think.
Otherwise, Loud are coming into this round 18 with tools to work with.
I mean, they're looking
Pick
so
lagi
good.
nih,
Big ults online.
Hey, absen ya.
Confidence flowing.
Flawless Prime Gaming.
Losing no weapons. Securing that Prime game in Flawless. Keeping it all going into the next round there. Loud one step away from match point.
Ini sisa jadi properti gaming
I just want to
anjing.
point out how unexpected this is to me. Having watched Loud play Haven before, haven't ever been particularly impressed with it. One of their weakest maps, they ban it frequently. You look at Leviathan's
Ini
record
pertama kali gue nonton
out
Leviathan
of the
main
5
sih.
teams at Champions that they played on Haven
Waktu di
before
match-match
this year,
sebelumnya
they
clean
beat
sheet,
4 of
apakah
them.
King MVP-nya, Jo?
80% win rate against the Champs teams for Loud.
King mendominasi sih emang, Pin.
Selalu tuh, di 2-0 yang sebelumnya
This
juga.
is an astounding turnaround of
Oh
expectations.
enggak, yang lawan
And
Peprek,
Leviathan need this
Takolila.
round so desperately to stop Loud from getting to match
iya
point.
Takolila 2 match, Takolila MVP-nya.
Wah, anjing.
Jumping from Melter's punish.
Gila.
Crouch peeking that, and it was pre-fired. An absurd shot to hit, and it's cracked the side wide open. There is an attempt though to disrupt. Rolling Thunder into the showstopper. It's got to be everything. You can see a cacophony of utility exchange on either side. Even another flash just to push them back. But sound cues have been removed, and Shy with the confidence there to take the fight regardless. Still the spike showing no signs of actually being planted, but now finally, bit of a break in the gameplay. You feel like they possibly can, and Shy, again, he goes down.
Takolila.
Clear from behind, quarter force. He nails the first shot, but he doesn't quite get the second. Elite spacing from the Loud players, and a double face. The positioning in the post plan is just sublime. And that, I mean, that's just going to do it for them, Josh.
Leviathan, lu coba deh refleksi ya di lower bracket ya. Lu nggak sabaran mainnya.
Such a pivotal round. Leviathan burning their second timeout in back-to-back rounds. What is
Anjay,
that?
jagoan gue menang.
It's too late.
Iya nih,
It
jagoan
certainly
kita.
feels like it. Too little, too late there. Loud have just been in control of this one since about round 10, I would say, Brent.
Yeah.
Round 10 and then winning the pistol on round 13. Maybe round 11, 12, 13, that kind of period just got the win.
Saya bakal diomelin King gak sih, Pin? Diomelin sama coachnya sih.
And I really feel like
Dibokem sama Jason Statham anjing.
has just been the
Ini apa anjing Tenzi Mary ini tiba-tiba?
been able to get into this game. It's only really been King on this map. He's 20 and 13
Sangenya
after
sama
dropping 26
model-model
on map
itu.
1.
Jet,
But
udah.
it always, in the group stage, felt like a huge team effort from Leviathan. And to me, Shy was the biggest
Iya, kan
addition
kita
there.
berdua
Because he
dukung
was
Laut.
the new
Gimana
player,
sih?
because he was getting a third of his team's trades. Shy, to me, was making the difference. The Rhino
Tapi
just
dulu, bos.
stampeded over the group stage players.
Oh lupa harus
Now
brand
it feels
placement
like
katanya.
Loud have
Brand
brought out the
placement.
tranquilizer cards. Heading into this round,
Bro, kenapa
Loud
cewek
on
tatoan
match
tuh
point.
seksi banget ya?
with Sadax
Aduh.
rolling
Justru
Thunder
dia
to play
tatoan kan orang cewek tatoan kan selalu pakainya yang you can see pakai seksi, Cok.
Iya, cuman kalau dia pakai baju kaos terus tatonya sampai tangan.
Oh, iya itu fetish tato.
Does Leviatán have it? Do they have it in them? That kind of confidence.
Tuh, lu lihat tuh.
But they've been to many international events at this point.
Botak pancen Oye emang botak nih.
They know what it is to win. They know what it is to lose.
Mati mampus lu anjing.
And personal. King is rewarded with a kill. It's a good opener for them.
Ini bener-bener sama kayak tadi 12-6 nih. Tiba-tiba kalau kalah juga lu di comeback sama Leviatán, gua ngakak sih. Aduh, King.
Almost getting punished. King also only has a guardian now that the showstopper's out of his hands. He's a great player. I'd love to see him being given.
Sachi mati.
Sachi udah pasti mati lah. 3, 2, 1. Lu ngeluarin utility dulu deh, Sachi. Sebelum lu mati, yuk. Keluarin anjing lu 2 kali.
They've got the right read.
Leviatán do have the right read. Prowler down, sent into short. That's going to be connecting
onto. Malah si ini duluan aja si Shai.
On the defense, but how do they deal with this now?
Ini guys.
King dodged the fault line.
The seas as well is connecting. It's all down to these players. You have to find the crossfire. You have to find the shots.
Goblok. Udahlah. Goblok. Udah. Next. GG guys. GG udah. GG udah. GG.
Attempt is going to be made here as Melter is just trying to bait out the
bro. Turun.
6 taking away the map pick.
GG.
And Loud, these guys have come in with a goal. Determined to try and break that curse. Determined to say we are the best in South America.
Capek banget.
Devin, that was absolutely the case. Loud putting a firm statement out there that this Brazil versus LATAM rivalry at Champions is going to go in their direction. The most successful team from South America with that grand finals appearance at Masters Reykjavik.
Jangan nangis. Udah gede nangis.
Ditanya nanti tuh mental aman kan deh. Perlu tutor.
Whether they can repeat that form. All the way back earlier in the year. Vital experience. They've always talked about that as well. Throughout this entire year of 2022.
Gua nonton DRX satu map.
Champs 2022.
Always said at every event, it doesn't matter if we win or lose.
Iya, ada match kedua, gua belum
for champs. And Loud.
Coba deh Devin gak usah dukung siapa-siapa. Setiap Devin dukung timnya kok kalah. Vin parah Vin.
Nggak salah.
Like a scrim.
It looked like the cards were stacked against them.
Not wrong.
The way the map picks were going as well, the way that Icebox map almost went before they went on an absolute tear with the comeback. As a reminder, what was it 10-5 on Icebox?
10-5 and then 12-6 on Icebox, and they managed to recover that. And listen,
dukung FPX saja Vin, biar yang menang DRX. Bener juga loh.
I was all ready to write them off on Haven.
Pakai meta kutukan nih.
Pakai meta curse.
It felt like the Leviatán were definitely the crowd favorites today, but Loud certainly getting their dues towards the end. The first time they played in front of a crowd at a global event like this.
Weh, tungguin pelatihnya anjing, gak sopan banget kalian.
All smiles.
Iya, Cok.
Yalah, Bang. Nggak boleh. Tahan, Devin, tahan.
Everything has been leading towards this Champs 2022 for me.
Just a moment to think about the other side of things.
Woi, pegangin kata pelatihnya, tunggu gua, Cok.
Wah, nggak sopan aja.
Nggak sopan nih pemain lot nih.
Tumben yang gue dukung menang, biasanya sih kalah.
Belum serius, Lot. Leviatán tuh belum kalah anjir. Dia ke lower bracket aja. Berarti siapapun yang kalah antara DRX sama FPX bakal lawan Leviatán di lower round. Gila, ini sih lu mau kalah mau menang berat sih.
the MVP. It wasn't exactly like it was top heavy from one
Nih,
player absolutely.
pusing kepala gue.
Dia kalau turun ke lower berarti ketemu yang ini antar ya.
Ketemu Leviatán.
Enggak, dia kan Leviatán ke lower ya kan?
Iya, ketemu antara DRX atau FPX. Udah, berat, Cok.
Iya sih. Tapi thank you Bang Bi, super chatnya Bang Bi. Iya goblok banget gak ada pelatihnya gak bakal menang. Iya, mereka gak tahu tuh berkah dari pelatihnya tuh coy. Cuman gue takut mau ngomong.
Just a bit of a start, a bit of a teaser, I suppose, to the playoffs of Champions 2022. Even more action coming up just after the breaks. We'll see you in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Tapi emang Lot lagi bersinar banget sih, Vin, dari match kemarin. Lawan Zeta juga gitu, Vin. 13-5, Vin. Iya, doa dari orang apa, Vin? Coba Vin lanjutin, Vin.
Doa dari orang yang sering berdoa.
Betul sekali. Aman adik-adik.
Kalau jadi coach itu harus lebih jago dari playernya, Kang. Kagak. Syarat lu jadi coach itu adalah lu tuh orangnya lu tuh orangnya bisa apa ya? Kayak ngelit the whole team. Itu tugas utama coach. Jadi kayak lu tuh mesti bisa ngebaca mental anak-anak tim lu. Itu tugas pertama coach tuh. Karena mental itu kalau di turnamen yang paling penting tuh mental. Kenapa? Karena skill lu semua tuh jago sama rata. Lu nggak mungkin kepilih jadi pro player kalau lu masih kayak gue, nggak mungkin. Nggak mungkin. Skill lu pasti udah harus jago dulu, itu syarat nomor 1. Tapi mental lu yang mesti diperhatiin sama coachnya. Kedua, coach itu mesti bisa ngelihat yang membernya nggak bisa lihat pas lagi main. Karena seringkali kayak gue nih, kayak kita berdua. Ya kan? Kita ngelihat kan hal-hal yang nggak bisa dilihat sama player-playernya gitu. Nah itu coachnya mesti bisa liatin.
Moncong senjata tuh.
Nah hal-hal kecil kayak gitu tuh yang mesti bisa dilihat sama coachnya, disampein pas time out. Makanya dia nyatet kan. Itu tujuannya semua coach itu dikasih note, bukan dikasih note, ngebawa notes. Supaya mereka bisa nyatet hal-hal kecil, terus pas time out tuh 1 menit dikasih tahu semua yang udah dicatat. Gitu loh. Gak harus jago, tapi gak bisa juga rank lu platinum kayak gue, gak bisa. At least lu Imo, Radian, dimana lu udah tahu nih playstyle Radian gimana, playstyle Immortal gimana, gitu loh.
Ya kayak yang semalam gue bilang, kenapa Sentinel tuh nggak lolos? Soalnya
karena gue dukung.
Ibaratnya ini loh, ini 5 orang jago ya kan, mereka punya egonya masing-masing. Nah gimana sih coachnya nyatuin keegoisan 5 orang ini, buat mereka tuh dapat chemistry-nya satu sama lain, itu yang paling susah. Kalau good looking, kaya, sabar, baik, itu sih syarat jadi apa bang? Jadi pacar, artis bisa dapet tuh kalau kayak gitu tuh.
Kalau Devin coachnya ntar tim yang playernya buat frag, jangan. Kalau gue jadi coach, tim gue bisa gue kata-katain. Gue bukannya memotivasi, gue malah dimotivasi. Yang paling ditunggu nih besok Optic versus TI. Oh ya belum tentu Shazam. FPX ini pemenang Valorant Master, bos.
Iya nih.
Ini pemenang Valorant Master lawan tim yang pertama kali ikut champion. Ini anjing champion. Sekarang Dark Horse-nya ada di DRX nih.
Cool.
Tadinya EDG, tapi EDG udah pulang. Jadi sekarang Dark Horse-nya DRX. Jadi
itu kemarin pas pulang itu Vin, konon katanya mereka ngobrol di pesawat.
Oh iya, siap. Apa ngobrolnya?
Gimana lu? Next time lah bro katanya. Gue juga ente nih. Temen gue kayak babi mainnya.
Ngobrol sama siapa itu? Tim mana?
Paperrek.
Oh, Paperrek. Ini nama Boom.
Boom duluan soalnya.
Boom itu nggak langsung pulang anjir. 2 hari berikutnya baru pulang.
Iya sih.
Paperrek juga 2 hari berikutnya baru pulang. Apa besok kayak lupa gue.
Kalau Devin coach terus masuk VCT, dia pasti bakalan dukung tim lawan biar kalah.
Iya. Tiap kali tim lawan clutch gue yang teriak. Loh bingung orang-orang. Loh, tim gue juga bingung.
Oh. Let's go, Devin pasti gitu.
Let's go, hancurin tim gua bilang gitu.
Beneran hancur, Vin.
Beneran hancur. Kata gua keresnya bau nih gua nih anjir.
Aduh, capek gua. Ngelawak mulu tiap hari kalau di sini.
Udah lupa.
Bisa main bener.
Kalau misalnya cara nyemangatin tim dengan ngejek ngerosting mereka gimana tuh Kak? Wah bapak Maya gua kata-katain.
Tapi ada loh yang kayak model-modelan harus di ejek dulu baru bisa ngekill. Contohnya gua.
Gini.
Iya Vin, gua kalau udah main nih sama temen gua terus kayak gua kagak ngekill. Di roasting habis-habisan gua Vin.
Baru tuh turn on nih.
Baru tuh nyala tuh. Udah syuting, nggak tahu. Mereka udah syuting belum ya?
Siapa?
Arsitek sama Wilson.
Syuting apaan?
Syuting range. Buat ini nobar.
Mana bisa mereka streaming dalam ini aja.
Tahu ya kan?
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Istanbul.
Gila cewek Devin cakep banget bro.
Parah.
Tutor dong Vin, tutor dapet cewek cantik.
Lu mesti belajar pakai eyeliner sih. Itu dia gue yang ngajarin.
Jadi lu jago nih pakai eyeliner ya?
Gila. Dulu lah, itu masa lalu lah. Sekarang udah gue warisin ke Krisi. Dulu Krisi kan kayak Beb, gue bilang kamu tuh harus kelihatan unik, kamu tuh cantik, tapi kamu tuh harus kelihatan unik buat kejual di market. Coba kamu mulai sekarang kalau make up selalu sini, aku lancipin ya ujungnya. Tapi sayang ini lancip banget, gak apa-apa sayang. Percaya sama aku, mungkin kamu akan kecewa sekarang, tapi nanti kamu akan bangga. Oke sayang. Asik. Sekarang kita udah putus emang kebetulan. Itu masa lalu gua sama dia.
Putusnya kenapa tuh kalau boleh tahu?
Ya pribadi lah, gua nggak enak kan tebar-tebar di sini. Anjing King 343 goblok. Aduh, capek banget pasti King tuh. King pasti capek banget, lu bayangin Jo, 343 Jo. Dia match MVP. Aduh, pasti bete banget itu King.
Ini kayaknya sampai hotel dibacot-bacotin nih mereka nih.
King IGL kan setahu gue ya?
Gak tahu gue
malah. Setahu gue tadi ada di ininya ngomong si casternya. That's why King is the leader in game. Livin belajar mereka juga mau ke Devin ya.
Kejual mahal pasti kayak BBM. Iya jelas. Devin ngejualnya mahal banget itu.
Siapa?
Itu waktu ngejual album ini mantan pacar lu pasti mahal banget itu kan.
Iya gue orangnya gitu Jo, gue suka ngebantu orang grow, abis itu ya udah kalau emang dia udah nggak mau butuh gue nggak apa-apa gitu. Gue ikhlasin aja. Ya kan namanya suportif kan ya. Tapi nggak apa-apa, yang penting gue bisa ngeliat muka dia sekarang bahagia kan ya. Emang kalau lu sayang sama seorang, ya lu mesti bisa ngelepasin dia gitu.
Aduh, dalam banget tuh.
Uhuy.
Yeah, still we did see some of those moments out of Leviatán. We saw the coordination, the preparation.
King suruh pindahin doa aja bentar lagi tuh jadi warga Indonesia tuh.
Ludgard waktu make the definition silver. King last terus Jing juga.
Jing. Kangkang juga kabarnya gitu.
Thank you Coach Devin. Ya Kangkang juga bentar lagi jadi Cindo.
Iya, Yei juga tuh.
deserves it, to be honest, but there's also
Devin yang bikin e-sportnya.
in my mind
Nanti gue gabung-gabungin.
Aspas too, who's just been a monster.
Yeah, if Sassy was the starter, Pancata very much was the closer.
Tapi lu kepikiran gak sih, Vin?
Apa?
Bikin itu kayak manajemen atau apalah begitu.
Ini lu nanya serius apa bohong nih?
Serius ini, Vin. Ini serius ini. Buset.
Gila, gue disuruh buka manajemen. Manage diri sendiri aja sulit, gue suruh manage orang anjing. Jo.
Ya kan siapa tahu gitu. Cucurutut e-sport gitu.
Curutut e-sport.
Iya, nama boleh imut, bro. Rosternya monster tapi.
Buset.
Where Yinsu is standing by with Sassy for the Verizon post-match interview.
CRT lah ntar tiba-tiba masuk tuh kan. CRT. Set.
Thank you very much, Chrissy. That's why I'm joined by
Nah, ini dia nih.
Hi, Sassy. So good to have you here.
Si botak so imut lu. Betampar lo tak.
You said to me that you haven't played in front of a crowd since like 2018,
Kalau ya harus mode 1 versus 5. Iya, Cok. Ya ini sama nih kayak ini manusia nih, si Sachi nih.
You know, that was the first thing that I thought when I started playing competitive on Valorant. So yeah, finally. I mean, I couldn't do that on Copenhagen, but you know, champion is better, so yeah, I did it here.
Yeah, this is the most important.
Ini sih Rainbow Pride ini.
I want to address Copenhagen real quick because obviously you did have a chance to maybe play in front of a crowd then. It wasn't the best performance from you guys, so how did you manage to bounce back to get into a position where you are winning dominantly at playoffs?
I mean, honestly, we just use that with motivation, you know, like our team just grow like that. I mean, that Copenhagen thing was like really tough for us. I mean, especially for the rookies, you know, that they felt that loss, and we faced Optic again. You know, we still want to win then, and then they got us out of the tournament, and
Slay.
It just made us grow, and I think that we are ready for this tournament.
Stellar Maris sama Derek Firdaus ya rosternya.
So yeah, I think they're a great team.
Iya, Bang Dik. Itu roster paling berbahaya.
Just now because Icebox was crazy. I'm so glad that we got to watch that in front of a crowd. Everyone was going mad. Talk me through what was going through your team's mind and your mind when you started to make that comeback.
You know, I don't really remember.
Iya, Monlan menang 2-0.
Like this. Honestly, I'm proud of my team. You know, I feel that's the first time that we came back like this. But like, you know, the gambit it was like 12 to 5. Now it was 12 to 6, and we came back. You know, and it was on Champions as well. So I did it now. So yeah. You know, the word's crazy.
Why do you think you were able to make that comeback against a team who has been really dominant as well in the tournament so far?
Honestly, it was experience. Like me and Sadhack, we have gone to Driz a lot. So yeah, we know how it feels. So we just have communication was good. So yeah, we managed just to come back. And we
180 juga not bad.
Kids, you know? Yeah, Pancada felt the same.
Cuma yang ambes itu king anjing.
So yeah, I think
match MVP. Itu dia
kasihan banget dia.
Kasihan itu. Hebatnya tuh gitu, dia kalah ronde pertama, tapi match kedua tetap match MVP anjir. Keren dia anjir, mentalnya kuat banget. Besok watch party lagi Bang, kita lihat besok ya. Gue pengen banget sih besok ngeliat Optic sama Liquid, penasaran gue.
FPX versus DRX. Gue sih DRX. Walaupun hati kecil gue FPX.
Gue dukung PRX.
Kan udah pulang Bang.
Nggak apa-apa, kan gue tetap dukung. Emang kalau dia pulang, gue nggak boleh dukung gitu.
Boleh.
Iya.
Cuman kan kita mendukung yang udah ada. Yang udah
masih
ada.
Yang masih ada. Oke, kalau yang masih ada, gue dukung Trisi Kosanza.
Gue dia aja sih.
Gue dukung mantan lah. FPX juara tahun lalu bukan juara tahun lalu, juara master guys.
Juara master kemarin.
Juara master kemarin nih. Ngelawan Optic Gimang.
Lawan Optic. Optic. Bukan Paperrek ya?
Oh iya, sorry. Paperrek. Sorry. Inilah Fadila, welcome back to Definition Silver.
Tergantung dia dukung siapa. Kalau yang dia dukung pasti kalah, bro.
Makanya gue dukung Beyerdynamic.
I think they're gonna win.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Sassy, for joining me. We'll see you in the next stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Sassy thinks that FPX are going to take this, but we're going to find out soon because they're going to be facing DRX right after this break.
Wah ini nih bocil-bocil kematian nih bro.
Nih bocil-bocil tai kucing.
DRX 2-0. Masalahnya lawannya mantan juara master bro.
Lanjut lagi ya bang. Satu map guys, satu map. Gue cuma penasaran aja pengen ngelihat crowdnya nih. Harusnya crowdnya dua-duanya gila nih soalnya nih.
FPX biar gak didukung satu dunia juga kayaknya masih bisa menang lawan buset Tommy, ngeremehin banget kamu ya.
Urutan turnamen Valo dari yang biasa aja ke yang paling bergengsi. Cuma dua kalau yang gede ya. Kalau yang biasa aja mah cuma babak penyisihan. Challenger itu buat ke Master sama ke Champion. Udah. Ding dong ding ding ding ding ding dong ding ding dong ding ding ding ding ding dong ding. Sony.
Halo. Woi, coach kita datang, bro.
Nah, kamu melewatkan match 1. Gak apa-apa sih, lewatin aja.
Aduh.
Baru bangun ya, Bang?
Agak nontonin Queen Elizabeth meninggal.
Nontonin, maksudnya gimana tuh nontonin tuh?
Kan di live-in.
Oh, di live-in penguburannya?
Enggak, lagi ya itu.
Kan mau dikubur kan?
Iya.
Oh.
Di siapa ya? King Charles kayaknya.
Iya. Paling memungkinkan sih King Charles. Wih, ada Babang Jason di ininya. Ada Optik. Ada Zeta. Kok nggak ada Boom sih? Parah banget. Boom Pride nih, Bang. Ada Zezem, ada Gambit.
Kok nggak kebuka di gua?
Register interest. Masih masukin email ya. Magerah. Tapi kalau gue beli ini guys, terus tiba-tiba gue pensiun main Valorant sih lucu ya. Back gue kursi gua masih Valorant nih.
Udah jadi guys.
Koleksi gila. Koleksi matamu. Taruh di mana koleksi? Ini aja kalau gue beli lagi gue bingung yang ini gue apain. Karena sebenarnya technically ya, kursi gue ini masih bagus, cuma menguning. Gara-gara keringet gue. Orange Degreaser ini ya.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul, and who do we have here? Someone's made his way onto the next.
Lah Bengkai.
Hi, yes. I've successfully infiltrated Riot. I have relieved Tom Biz of his duties. And I just told him to stay in the hotel today.
Wait, I thought you were Tom.
I mean, look at his head of hair. That is not Tom Biz.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Yeah, people caught on, so I had to. Yeah.
I mean, it's great to have you here.
Bengkai.
Along with Bala and Mimi as well, guys. Welcome back.
Bengkai. Yeah, right.
What a series, but there's still so much more to play, and it's so much fun to watch these playoff games finally start.
Yeah, I mean, this next game is going to be absolutely insane. There can only be one three-letter team that ends with an X continuing in the upper bracket.
Do we count Xset in the Battle of X's? We don't count them?
Front, not the end.
Oh, okay, so they're more superior. All right, let's talk about this matchup, DRX versus FPX. Of course, starting with FPX, Benkai, I am so sorry. I'm going to reopen some wounds here because you're familiar, right, with FPX? Like, you know who they are.
I didn't want to relive some of my past traumas today, but here we are. Yep, so they're coming fresh off their win in Copenhagen. They played super well. And from what I've seen, they've really re-innovated themselves from...
Jing udah balik, Mindfreak sama Jason juga udah balik.
Yeah, I think for FPX...
Kayaknya sisa Bengkai doang deh, gara-gara di-hire jadi host.
And I think a lot of people are thinking that we can never have back-to-back champions. If anyone could do it, it might just be FPX.
And these teams actually have a lot of history.
Anak Riot kan dibayar bang pasti. Maksudnya bisa dia yang kepilih gitu loh. Tapi emang dia paling gimmick sih.
Paling aneh dari semua sih.
Dia paling menyala emang. Personanya udah kebentuk. High-end side job, iya. Ini ya guys tadi yang bilang ya, Orange.
I mean, Becca, you said that FPX, they could go on to do the double. DRX could have a hard time today. But do you think DRX are going to break out of their curse? Can they finish higher than 5th or 6th?
It has to be. This has to be the tournament that they actually make it far, right?
Pantes mereka lah Benkai dapat job MC ya.
if anything, they definitely have this matchup at least in the bag because it would put them in at least like a 5th to 6th place, right? So I'm just based off superstition, DRX should have this.
Oh, okay. You're starting to sound like Bala when he talks about Meg. But if we look at the just the group stage DRX, Bala versus playoffs DRX, there's a considerable difference.
It paints such a different story, right? Group stage DRX always wins their opening match. They always make it out of groups, except last time champions, and you could see
playoff-nya kok suram.
Making it out this time meant to them. But when it comes to playoffs, it's a different story. You start to have players and figureheads on this team that should be leading the way struggle a lot, and that's why you see that map score like 4 to 8, 33% win rate. So tough.
Sambil minum air, sambil minum Starbucks.
But they start off strong. They make things work in the group stage. Every time they look insane, and I get infected with the bug that DRX is finally going to be good.
You and Benkai apparently.
Yeah, and it feels like they fall apart.
Coba besok gue beli deh.
I will give a little bit of coke just right off the bat too.
Ya kalian lihat kan, kayak agak kuning-kuning. Bahkan di kamera aja kelihatan kok kuning-kuning. Sebenarnya mah masih fine-fine aja ini, masih bagus. Makanya gue juga sebenarnya sayang mau beli kursi baru.
And then they also were able to win their opening match to play in that semifinals against Optic twice, basically. So they're able to do it. It's just after that where they start to fall.
But isn't this what we always talk about, though, right? Like, we just believe in them. We just blindly believe in them. And how many times have you been let down, Mimi?
I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to talk about is this time I will not be let down because this team has been looking insane. It looks like they've been so far improved, but honestly, this FPX team on the other side has been looking great as well. Artist in particular has had such a step up this tournament.
Yeah, let's talk about Artist because Bala, this is a huge win condition for the side of FPX. They always have been.
Yeah, I think 100% it is, but you have seen the team be able to perform without him in some instances. It just doesn't happen that often. This guy
sama kursi yang dulu enakan mana? Beda guys. Kursi gue yang gue beli barengan sama Regi itu yang sama nama Regi. Itu kursinya memang kursi buat pinggang gitu loh, bukan kursi gamer. Emang kursi buat lo office chair lah jatuhnya itu tuh. Itu juga enak buat punggung gua. Tapi kalau gedean tuh gedean Secret Lab karena emang didesain buat gamer gitu loh.
But let's talk about the side of DRX now because there's a reason why we have this podium, right, Mimi? There must be some reason why we always believe in them.
T-shirt.
Gue baru ngeliat yang kemarin lo ngomong jersey-nya PRX kayak Barca, iya anjir.
Iya,
kemarin sama. Iya, motifnya juga sama anjir.
At 5th to 6th and really fall apart in the playoffs, but they've made a
T-shirtnya sold out semua anjing.
Primarily on the dive, and they've kind of pivoted RB instead to be a lot more of a flex player. Putting the spotlight on Buzz is such a great idea because this guy is incredible. He had a rough tournament at Copenhagen, but thus far here, he has been looking absolutely world-class.
Yeah, and Benkai, what do you make of these two kind of comparisons here of bars of
tutorial bersihnya ada di YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, so playing against FPX specifically, it really made me realize that.
Tapi hoodie sama jersey-nya sama guys harganya. Yang beda tuh yang jersey yang barunya nih, 69. Ya $70 Singapura.
When the two of them, the other two are popping off, they just make the lives of all the other FPX players so much more easier, just based off experience. Yeah.
And for you, as you played against both of them already, which team was more difficult for you personally to play against?
I had a pretty hard time strategically
Hoodie-nya
with
600
DRX,
ribuan.
but in terms of just raw aim and just fighting them with duels, FPX gave us a harder time.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with FPX. Artist is a great player. He can be that absolutely massive star in the chamber, but he doesn't have to be. Even when he doesn't perform, this team is still one of the best.
Yeah, I think for sure. FPX has so much up their sleeve. There's strategic depth to them. There's fundamental depth to them. And then, like you said, the three core players are so good. I mean, you got the clutch master Xiao. You got Sugetsu, who, in my mind, is the player to watch in the entire tournament.
Yeah, he is indeed. We've spoken a lot about Artist today, but maybe we should hear from the man himself. Here he is breaking down their qualifying win against Crew and this match against DRX.
Our experience with Crew was the same, to be honest. We knew what they were going to do. On Ascent, our preparation was just unbelievable. Like, we prepared really well and knew exactly what they were going to do, what their go-to rounds were, what they don't like to do. And honestly, we just hit our shots as well. Like, Sugetsu played out to his mind. Like, on Fracture, I think it's still our best map. Yeah, it was nice to do a big play at the end, to end on a high. It's really nice.
Artis will drop another.
100 ribuan.
This is unbelievable stuff from Artis and Ace to close out the map.
We haven't seen too much of DRX, to be honest, because they're not in that group, so we didn't really study them that much. But at the end of the day, we'll.
Tinggal bentar ceweknya Devin dah kumisan goblok. Itu bengkai anjing kenapa jadi cewek gue.
The Khan is a really nice guy.
Ton, lu tau band Against the Current nggak Ton? Ton aja.
If you know him, you know him.
Hah? Gak apa-apa Ton, gak jadi Ton.
Belakangnya nggak ditunjukin guys.
Did you understand Artis that time? I know a lot of players struggle with his accent a little bit.
Kenapa emang ya?
Definitely did.
Tahu nggak lu band Against the Current?
Pernah ada nggak? Kenapa?
Tahu nggak lu vokalisnya?
Guy's a magician. He just makes
Gak kenal. Oh nggak. Dia tadi jadi hostnya cakep banget.
You're just chilling there. Si I have a story to tell you, and he just conjures
yang satu cewek itu kan?
A bunch of shots.
Kan cuma bertiga tuh ATC.
Oh, we're gonna get him to the after party, but before that, let's send this over to the stage.
Chrissy Costanza.
Oh iya, Chrissy.
Gue dukung tim Korea karena tamu
Korea. Ngapain dia jadi host?
Dia main Valo
juga. Lapnya pakai microfiber ya, jangan kanebo atau anduk kasar bisa rusak pabrik. Oke. Mesti beli juga gue kayaknya lap microfiber. Parah.
Even Pearl di band, apalagi nih.
I think you want to kind of push it towards Breeze, given the stomp that FPX took in groups on that map. Because DRX has shown a little bit that they have some competency on that map. I don't really see any other place to go, but it's also going to be really interesting. Okay, FPX just go straight for Ascent too.
Ascent has been such a good map for them. I think they're the best Ascent team in the world right now.
Yeah.
They haven't changed much since Copenhagen. That's how good it is. They haven't needed to.
Yeah, Benkai, what are you? I keep doing this to you, man. God, honestly, if Breeze comes
Bertahan,
anjay. You might just leave if we see Breeze next. But yeah, what do you make of the map so far? We got Ascent, obviously coming out straight away.
Ascent, yeah. FPX have been looking indomitable on Ascent, especially with that. If I'm not wrong, they didn't run this no duelist composition last event, but they since changed into it. And
I'm so sorry. It's Breeze.
No.
Benkai's just gonna leave now. He's just gonna leave now.
No, I mean, I would see why DRX would pick Breeze because I would say what FPX have been running, especially with Sugetsu and that Cypher, hasn't really looked as good as it did against us. Maybe because we made FPX look good. I don't want but
I'm happy to run with that. I'm happy to run with that narrative. But yeah, Vala, what do you make of Ascent and Breeze?
Those are two good maps. I think for FPX, I think Breeze is obviously a question mark, and I think you saw the result that they had against Xset. But it's not a weak map for them at all. They like to go for it.
Yeah, DRX has a tough choice here now. Bind gone, FPX, that makes sense for them to ban it away. DRX has to choose between two really solid maps for FPX. You either play the Fracture or the Icebox. FPX is great on both, but they'd rather test out that Icebox. I didn't necessarily expect this one. I thought there was even a chance that DRX would ban it out in this series. They really have not played a lot of Icebox as of late.
Yeah, but it is a map that I think in those series I was mentioning, like those upper semifinals, they continuously are playing and relying on, and they can go the distance. They have struggled to adapt in the mid-round because so much of their prep is their opening rounds, right? Their ideas to get these new little plants off and stuff like that. And we might not see that because Icebox obviously is figured out to a high degree, but still, that's kind of the thing that they go to because they want to play those strats.
I mean, the question is, do you even think that we're going to get to map 3? I won 3 maps, but looking at Ascent and Breeze, what do you guys make of it?
I think there's a very good chance of a third map here. I think Breeze has been looking really solid for DRX, and I think that is one where you can get your leg up over FPX there. We saw them lose out on to Xset on that map just recently.
Diajak mungkin karena pertandingan sekarang ada tim Asia, mungkin bisa jadi.
Hasn't quite been right.
I know you believe in superstitions here, Benkai, but now you've seen the 3 maps. Do you still back DRX here?
I think, yeah, I'm still gonna back them up. I think they're gonna bring in something new in Ascent because
you have to, honestly.
Yeah, they're like the OGs of making new plays, right? If you think back all the way back to like a year before, these Vision Strikers, when they were called that, they they were the ones that coined all these crazy aggressive set plays, and I wish that I can see that in SN as well.
Oh, I hope we see that as well. We're going to take
BK itu knowledgeable anjir.
DRX and FPX are about to take that stage right after this. You don't want to miss this one.
Dan kayaknya di PRX yang Inggrisnya paling lancar tuh si Bengkai. Jason sama Aaron kan orang Indonya jarang ngomong Inggrisnya. Kalau si Jing kayaknya bisanya bahasa Mandarin dia.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bawa pisau lagi tadi.
Red Bull gives you
Enggak, tadi bawa ini martabak manis.
Oh, gua pikir mie celor.
Mau bawa cilor tuh katanya.
Parah. Gua pikir sate taichan.
Iklan, habis ini mulai.
Ya udah. Istanbul, Turki. Anjay. Oke, ini dia. Entry.
Lele dari si di Istanbul. Ah, besok kita tanya kacau tuh kalau pulang tuh.
Oh my god, this is a question you. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I admit defeat after what Jake pulled out with the swimming thing.
You like that one?
Yeah, that takes a cake for me. That's easily the best one.
I don't know, Benkai. I liked your pink outfit from Copenhagen.
The cameraman one is the.
Oh,
I like the ice cream man troll. That guy got me too. So seeing him on stage makes sense.
You're being too humble, Benkai. It's definitely you. And speaking of player walkouts, it's time to bring out the teams for my second match of the day. Let's give a warm welcome to DRX and FunPlus Phoenix.
Ini dia.
Ini dia si jali-jali nih.
Di Istanbul ada kebab Ali nggak bang? Risol Margo ada di sana katanya.
Anjir.
Ini dia Babang
Suigetsu. Udah ini mah bocil-bocil Korea mah main ini saya lah, main gitarnya lu pada anjing.
Iya, fingerstyle.
Iya udah.
Ardis.
Gue pikir Ardis coach loh. Dia kayak cocok jadi coach.
Iya sih emang udah ini sih.
Temen banget Devin sampai jam seginian. Nah, Sen, gue cuma satu map, habis itu gue tidur. Gue penasaran aja mau ngeliat DRX.
Mako.
Nah, sampai kelar, enggak satu map doang.
Lebih bapak-bapak si ini dong, si Angel dong.
Gila, ini benar-benar bocil lawan bapak-bapak anjing. Ini literally bocil underage lawan ini.
Om Kemang anjing musuhnya.
Iya, ini kayak bocil 18 tahun lawan om 29 tahun gitu.
Gua om dong gitu.
Ya iya memang.
Gua baru nggak lagi anjing.
Kalau Sen DRX menang.
Semoga map satunya OT biar Devin tidurnya lama.
Enggak lah, kalau udah OT gue tidur langsung. 12-12 gue tidur udah.
Sugetsu doang tuh yang kelihatan kayak bocil no.
Is gonna give it to you.
Iya, Sugetsu doang bener.
I squeezed one in. That was for you. I hope you are listening. But more importantly, guys,
gue punya high hope nih sama Bas sama ini nih. Siapa yang agak gendut tuh?
Mako.
Ya Mako.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, obviously, I think this is a little bit more.
Tapi emang mereka berdua sih yang bersinar banget kelihatannya.
Iya, Mako sama Bas.
DRX has had fans for ages, so it's super exciting to see them finally take a stage.
Tapi gue juga suka deh jersey-nya FPX. Kayak ada Jepang-Jepangnya gitu.
Gue nggak tahu ya Tommy ya. Itu Korea tapi kok nggak dioperasi ya bang? Devin mungkin lebih bisa menjelaskan tuh.
Jadi gini. Mereka itu nggak butuh muka ganteng guys ya. Mereka cuma butuh skill jago.
Enggak, maksudnya kan rata-rata Korea kan terkenalnya begitu gitu lebih operasi.
Iya, tapi kan orang-orang yang operasi di Korea itu kalau mereka mau masuk ke dunia entertainment yang butuh penampilan. Pro player kan nggak butuh penampilan bang.
Oh denger tuh.
I feel like DRX have a lot of
FPX itu tim Cina.
So I think FPX what they should be doing in the
FPX tim Cina.
EMEA kok FPX.
Orang Eropa goblok.
EMEA
tiba-tiba tim Cina lu. Nih, DRX dari Cina nih. Tipikal orang barat kan kalau ke Asia semuanya Cina. Ayo Chinese.
With this agent's life because they've always been the innovators. You were saying it, Ben Kai, particularly on this map of Ascent.
DRX kalah atau wajib militer.
But here at Champions thus far, they've been kind of going back to basics. They've gone away from that chamber, lent into the jet, find the double initiator with that fade and that.
Tuh orang jangan lasis.
And I'm wondering which one they think they can finally break FPX's dominance on this map with.
Oh, FPX emang tim Cina. Kok masuk kategorinya Eropa aja?
Tahu kok EMEA?
Something different in terms of like a breach or something like that, because it's always the initiator with the KO.
FunPlus Phoenix adalah organisasi e-sport profesional China yang dimiliki oleh pengembang video game FunPlus. Oh, kalau yang Valo base-nya di Eropa, oke.
FPX no duelist. Set.
It's the same one that we've
Chamber,
seen so
Omen,
far this tournament,
Fate,
and I
KO.
think they have like a really good game plan planned already with this agent comp. So I think they're going to be really comfortable with going about DRX.
Yeah, the game plan has been on display so many times, and it
Korean
is
jet
really
ya.
putting the spotlight on Sugetsu. The way he plays
Ya, jadi kalau ada Korean jet deh.
incredible. On the attacking side, it splits into A. It's the wall boost over towards that B site.
Nggak ada duelist ya.
When they switch over to that defense.
FPX ya. Ini main Ascent kan?
Iya, Ascent.
Picknya DRX kan?
Reina emang bukan duelist.
Itu bukan Reina bang, itu Fate.
Fate itu.
For DRX, I think there's less adaptability.
Kalau Reina antingnya gede tak?
I think you have to look at Buzz here as the guy who's going to be leading the charge. He has to have that same sort of impact he had throughout group stage if they want to take FPX's best map here.
Yeah, the pressure is on Buzz.
Tuh, tapi kemarin Buzz jetnya bau anjing.
He gets to play the KO on this map. It's been a role that's looked solid for him. He's good on that initiator, being that kind of second entry alongside Buzz.
Yeah, and Benka, how viable is his jet still? I heard Durka tweet that he doesn't want to play chamber anymore. He wants to go back to the jet.
Dia duelist kan tadi timnya FPX. Ini kan timnya DRX nih.
Ascent map pickingnya ini Vin, FPX Vin.
Hah?
I'm just excited to see how DRX.
Iya, Ascent map pickingnya FPX.
Yeah, what do you guys make of this as well? Without the chamber.
I'm a fan of it. I like teams moving away from the chamber. I think that when we heard Mini make that quote, we have Durka. It's the only reason we've stuck by this agent. If you have a team that can be flexible, you should be flexible, and DRX has been doing that.
Seru nih Ascent nih, Odin gimana nih?
Pasti ini round terakhir baru Odin.
This one is going to be Buzz all day, and I'm really a big fan of the jet.
Oh, well, thank you very much, guys, for
your
input.
Shin-Taeyong.
Shin-Taeyong beda divisi.
It's Pansy and Hypok.
Shin-Taeyong.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Siapa nih cewek?
Incredible work to come in
Pansy.
with Mike. Let's kind of then just
Ini juaranya cowok banget.
Overall expectations.
Pansy sama Hypok.
Give me the first thoughts now.
Hypok kayak cinnamon toast kan dah.
Beda.
Tipikal bapak-bapak middle age ini.
And that's what we've seen so many times. We've seen glimmers of hope, them almost replicating that regional success, but this has got to be it, right?
Ditanya Mbak, namanya siapa? Pansi.
Kok ngegas, Pak? Pansi. Nama saya Pansi. Kok nanya balik? Pansy, okay? P-A-N-T-S-Y. Ah, got it.
I mean, we've been saying they've looked good during the groups, but we've said it before. We're getting tired of saying it.
Karena dia begadang, nggak satu map doang.
Ke match yang pertama.
Gue cuma mau ngeliat DRX ini gimana nih. DRX defend nih.
Iya, DRX
will be on the defending side.
Actually, interesting here to see a very quick shift.
Kontrol mid yang bagus di sini.
Kelihatan stack kelihatan.
Oh, the pace on FPX here is blistering straight on in. No rest at all. Buzz going to be forced a little further away towards the stairs. Good shot towards DRX put up the wall. Absolutely no one getting towards the site anymore. Xiao and Artist left alive.
Coach Antonnya udah sampai gila tuh. Hati-hati lu.
Jiwa anak muda ini.
Jiwa anak muda panas ya, Bos. Dikeker lu sama Zes, mati lu. Aduh, dia lagi abis nge-recon sih. Bas, quadra kill, Bas. Ayo, Bas.
Specs yang dapet.
Parah, ada seks ya. Kalau orang kayak gini nih, nggak mau ngasih highlight ke temen, kecewa gue.
Langsung vandal sih bahasanya. Phantom.
This is FPX first tournament rematch win an opponent from Master Copenhagen. Sebuah fakta yang tidak mencengangkan ya. Penting gitu loh. Kayaknya mereka gini deh. Aduh, kita harus ada fun fact nih tiap match. Udah apa aja. Oh, ini match pertama FPX ngelawan yang ikut master, Bang. Gak penting sih. Gak apa-apa.
FPX nih, Bos.
Scanning ahead.
FPX turun ini kayaknya nih.
Oh, bas, baik banget. Oh, bas. Dia kan dapat 3 kill, Ton.
Iya.
Wah, garden. Oh, dapat tuh satu tuh. Ketahuan tuh mau nge-push tuh. Oke, dapat info satu di A, satu di mid. Berarti mereka mau kontrol mid, nge-push A. Ayo.
Wait. Spike-nya. Oh, si Keo yang ngambil. Komit B nih.
Komit B pasti itu udah. Fate-nya udah siap nge-recon itu. Wah. Ya lo harus komit B udah mau gak mau. Angle tai.
Saginya masuk.
Mati deh. Udah mati deh pasti. Dapet tuh. Enggi. Ketahuan itu. Nice, Bas. Oh, udah.
Nah, gue Bas.
Bas bersinar nih, seneng nih gue nih. Itu dong, Bas. Buktikan kepada om-om ini bahwa ini eranya Gen Z, Om. Gitu.
Coach Anton sampai bilang jago, bro.
Kenapa sih Tan sekarang emosian gitu?
Agak tersinggung aku kalau dibilang om.
Anjing.
Kan lu kan nggak main Valorant, Ton. Kalau tersinggung sih. 5 ton lagi pensiun semua, Ton, di FPX yang lanjutin di ARE. Cibas gak berhasil. Anjir, angle-nya udah ngeri banget. Ini pinpointnya sih ngeri ya, Bos.
Maybe even draw the rotation now, which is unconfirmed as yet, but Stax has actually used utility, so...
Flash.
Oh, commit A kali ini. Mereka hold A.
Kamu tuh Astra tuh.
Keculik nih. Oh,
udah low aja tuh si Angel.
Gila, pinpointnya game sense-nya mantap banget ya bang. Oh, langsung ke B kah? Waduh. Oh, ketarik ya itu?
Enggak kena.
Wah, bagus banget di cover sama si bassnya anjing.
Banget sumpah mainnya.
Smoke-nya cakep banget itu. Di cover masuk ke side. Bas tuh di situ tuh, mati lo sama Bas lu. Oh, angle tai lagi. Angle tai lagi. Oh, kelihatan. Udah GG. Gila. FPX diobok-obok kah bang?
And then the adjustment late round was very interesting. I mean, the idea is perfect, right? And as soon as that
FPX
wall goes up, you're almost expecting the pop to come through. You know, it's actually Zest is actually suppressed by that knife.
Baru 3 round sih, gue belum bisa memvalidkan FPX atau DRX sih.
Bro, bonus round bro.
Wih, kaget si Om.
Si Om.
Hati-hati jantung Om.
Kok lo jadi ngeros sih? Kok jadi ngeros sih? Lo kan tadi marah.
I do feel as though it's fantastic games to watch from, you know, an in-game leader perspective, a mid-round core perspective, strategic element. It is. It really is between
Iya,
these
udah mulai lagi nih match 2.
And even with that in mind, you know, these were some of the early architects of Valorant, you know, coming with some of the most out there strategies or, you know, the most refined at times, varying degrees of success. Obviously, FPX hitting their stride now.
Well, two teams that literally have established their foundation.
GG nih bocil nih.
Default teams, right? It's all about mind games. It's all about information.
Kalau kalah mereka enak tuh. Apa guys, kita kalah umur.
I was going to feel a little bit of this heat on short.
I love how omnipresent Buzz feels currently as well. He's been in mid, he's been supporting on B, he's now over
Tidak ada orang bang.
He's absolutely everywhere. So again, FPX not finding that entry point they need. Now you can see a little bit of work coming out from Artis here. Going to prop himself up towards market, and I wonder if they're going to try and activate him late, potentially punish a rotation or something here. But DRX have been on the money. They haven't been overzealous.
Commit kah?
Oh, Bas denger. Bas enak tuh Bas. Wah, refleksnya. Dia cuma
ngeri banget.
Itu si Bas tugasnya cuma ngasih info doang itu. Langsung dash dia. Wah.
Lu dari samping.
Seconds passed to work with. What does he have to do now? Can he find all these 2 kills? You can see DRX freezing here. Gets a little bit of play, checks towards hell.
Trapnya nggak kedetek dong, kan dia di tengah. Gila, sabar nih. Gue suka nih. Kalau Asia sabar tuh gue suka.
DRX emang dari kemarin mainnya rapi sih, Vin.
Jagoin siapa bang di turni ini? Gue di RX sih. Bocil-bocil laknat ini mengerikan guys.
Kencana.
Enggak dong, bukan Kencana dong. Fighting. Kan mereka menang bang, kenapa Kencana?
DRX raja ngecok.
Great start for DRX. Operator out on deck for Buzz, and a lot of intent shown towards this B site at the start here.
Sort of force popped as well.
Wah, Buzz.
Smokes go up and actually look how quickly Buzz is here.
Gak ada ulti bang, bentar bang, 5 detik.
Aduh anjing, ulti gue cancel nih. Thank you Shazam 10.000-nya.
Stress too early on. Buzz does need to note this. There it is, shot. Good connection for Buzz and gets to keep his life. No trades available and no entry points for him.
Nice Ardis.
Finally Ardis gonna draw blood. That's what you need.
Lu greedy lu. Bas ngepick lu, udah tahu lagi ada through the force. Mati nih. Mati nih sama Zest nih. Ayo lu. Ya, Zest.
Wah, buset, tipis banget itu.
Gila. Bapak-bapak nih, bos. Oh, dia ngeliat kah? Stack ngeliat gak, Stack?
Iya, DRX nggak main chamber guys.
Oh nice.
Takes down Artist and his game back on. Quick horn towards main. Does he now try and springboard off this? No one noted. He could maybe identify. They're all on site here. Now, of course, he had none of the sound cues as they were coming in, so wasn't fully aware of this. Now he's going to do the same to them.
Nggak ada info. Nah, itu baru dapat tuh. Oh, nge-flash. Wah, nge-whiff Sugetsu, kocak. Sugetsu nge-whiff anjing, dia udah kena blind. Wah, Sugetsu lawak gaming anjing. Dia ngebunuh orang yang kena flash. Kalah loh. Lihat ada timeout gak sih? FPX. Nah, timeout lah. Tuh lu lihat tuh, dia udah di flash. Nge-whiff Sage-nya anjing. Sugetsu keterlaluan.
Actually, just thinking about it now with the operator coming online, this is the one where DRX really want to dig
time out, udah pasti time out itu. Itu udah keterlaluan anjir. Ngeblend juga itu Vin Sugetsu kayaknya. Lah, kan yang ngeblend KO timnya kan?
Si RB yang ke-ban itu, ke-blind.
Let's kind of address this then. Do you think that FPX have found anything to work with from DRX so far?
Coachnya bilang kalian lawan bocil ya nggak bisa menang kalian. Anjing.
Kalian masa mau dipermalukan sama bocil sih? Hah? Kalau kalian kalah, ya, nama kita akan hancur. Bapak-bapak.
Itu lagi bau kah? Iya nih, coach FPX marah. Anjing lu semua. Main gak bener.
They're not the sort of team to let that slip, right? You don't necessarily get away with those things 2 or 3 times in a row. So I'm looking for FPX to react a little quicker now, especially with Buzz on the map with this operator. They need to
identify. Gak ada yang pakai super dash ya di sini ya. Pakai langsung diskualifikasi anjir.
Interesting thing being, I was talking about this being the round the operator comes into play. If Buzz just starts floating now, you're talking about how active he is through the mid round. If he's active within the early round now on a couple of different angles, that can cause real problems for FPX.
Harder to pin down. He's starting to feel a little confident.
Buset, kemana tuh knife bang?
Very much towards the top end of the scale.
Oh, DRX sudah berani banget sampai ke sini anjing.
He's still just standing his ground. It's Artis.
Wallbang lah.
Didn't pull the trigger on it either. How is Artis alive? I think he just got going in towards Rosa, but Buzz needs to back away now. There's too many bodies here, and Artis is the bravest man I've ever seen.
Battle of AWP kah bang?
So much information found here for Zest. Didn't quite get to note the player still over towards that B side.
Was that almost like the 3000 IQ bait? Was Angel actually out of line of sight of that dart trying to bait the peak
Someone
of the
was top mid.
ping?
I swear someone was top mid.
But
look at this guy! As said, he thought he saw top mid. Well, that might as well have been 2 weeks ago. He's already wrapped back around, reading the intention perfectly.
Mati lagi nih, absen nih.
And that's already Artis gone, who's meant to be the tin opener this round to pry it open.
Wah, gila itu kalau kena ngeri tuh.
The temptation was calling. Man, if we get group stage performance DRX here in potentially
nice flash. Yeah.
Never right out FPX. My God, it's Shao, it's Zipan, it's all the great Angel still doing damage, but Buzz.
Buzz panas banget anjing. Gila, Buzz panas banget di match ini, bro. Korean Jet anjing.
And almost a total fumble. The entry given away on the back of that team.
Gila, DRX.
That almost fell to pieces for DRX. Just beautifully done.
The game just feels perfect to him. He's got that hot hand in the game now. Everything.
Bocil.
These are the sort of plays when somebody's just feeling good about the first few rounds. Like you said, omnipresent. That's the
yang ngedukung orang Turki loh.
And he has such a smothering feeling, and now he starts getting more aggressive, like you noted. But you could see this time and time again. Hard to achieve this, so it's still FPX, but this time Desire towards that A side.
Enak loh. Lagi berdoa kena scan.
Quick utility invested to somewhat hamper and slow down this approach. Did not note the player on short then either.
Interested to know, because it's literally as soon as an ult command comes up for FPX on a scent, it's pretty much close to a 95%
30 second flash kah? Iya, 30 second plus.
Jersey
ada dong.
Ada 2 kalau nggak salah jersey mereka. Yang satu merah hitam.
And he's been threatening from short for a while, but
Oh mereka pakai ulti tapi nggak nge-push distraction.
Again, Artist is in for a 1v1, but he holds his nerve perfectly. That's Artist that you want to be seeing. Still finding value, but here this time Buzz.
Oh, dapat kill langsung nge-push A lagi dia. Waduh.
Oh, nice trade
Coming through. Favorable numbers to FPX. This could be the
time.
There's the res as well. They want all 5 standing. And maybe right
now, absent.
Marco giving a little bit of space. He's not down yet. He's
still
dikepung
gitu dong.
Wah, tadi backup sama Zes. Wah, si Sabas nih.
If he has to do it single-handedly, he bloody well will. Surely not, Mike. Surely.
Lu denger gak ada fan chan nih?
FPX squeeze one through the gate.
Ngapa gambar bola bowling?
Like I said, in terms of that early
bola bowling dong.
DRX that comes out on top of
emoji bang.
Things down initially.
Anjing bola bowling.
That's all on the back of Buzz being the one pushed in B main. Great recovery from FPX though, and Artist actually the one to win that key engagement on short.
He absolutely did. Between Xiao and Artist in that round, that was almost heroic.
Yeah, si DRX mainnya disiplin banget.
6-1. You just got to do that a couple more times. Buzz still on 13-4 if you stop counting. And look at the stack here from DRX. Not going to be noted on the knife either, but the operator still going to be giving
DRX mulai berantakan nih.
Forced away. Nightfall going through as well. Wall goes up. They have no idea. They do not know about this, but they're safe from it so far. Zest going to have a little
udah budek ya. Nggak ada yang. Wah. Nice cover.
Now Zest does find one.
Oh, nice trade.
Wah, Spike now dropping. Great trade for Sugetsu.
Oh, pusing
dia.
Nge-trade-nya nih.
Mako sendirian dari A.
Mako jadi 6-1. Wih, Rama mana Serudin gelut lagi nih.
Angel and Sugetsu will post up backside. Expect them to play this one pretty safely. And actually the one-way guard, I'm going to make things very difficult. Mako tries to counter with a smoke of his own.
I like that. Okay, back and forth. Spoke about it being a bit of a chess match between these two. Like it, but the back of Boathouse is just filled with players. Sugetsu and Angel.
Buset, berani banget anjir.
Just a little bit to play with here, but the time's starting to dwindle. Has to make his move now.
Wah, ketahuan sama Sugetsu.
FPX stabilizing a little now. Michael, is this them finding the way forward?
I mean, this is a much pacier start. I think this almost, I was saying, you rarely see these teams gamble. I think they're actually relying on figuring out where Buzz is immediately. And actually on the back of
itu, nice cover banget. Ini nice trade nih.
Buzz doesn't get tagged by the knife. The suppress goes onto the other two. He shows the operator, and FPX, all they do is, on the back of that, they just pop flash, and they look to burst through.
Awal dari comeback.
Absolute confidence play coming out of FPX, looking to really actually rattle DRX on the defense.
Santai kok.
It's done exactly that. They've hit the timeout.
It's actually a frustrating thing to see now with the 6-2 score.
Kok lu kena Chibi Maruko-chan nggak kok?
To see actually the economy was sat here on the side of DRX. I mean, yes, they can fathom a purchase out of this, but I think that early lead, it's not reflected in terms of the finances here.
Now, we did want to kind of discuss the in-game leadership and how much they are currently, or at least were, should I say, during the group stage, dependent on coach input, having the timeouts in the right places, because, again, changing how calls were being made. I want to see them be quite... normally, I'm very much happy to see timeouts
dari
zaman
version 1.
With this, because they have to make them count these timeouts.
They do, and I actually had
the time for it.
Yeah, I actually had the benefit of having a chat with Stacks. He was saying actually it was from the side of the mental game and just allowing people to reset, making sure everybody's on the same page. So it's the reason we saw some unorthodox ones the other day. I'm fine with this here, with how this has started.
Absolutely.
I think DRX are maybe now feeling as if FPX are going to make a massive
Lihat si Bas 13-5 bro.
Some of these attacking rounds, sorry.
Yeah.
This isn't necessarily the one that
Wah,
you're going to see.
Sipan lagi turu, bro.
At least FPX stacked up for kind of damage limitation.
Buzz could be forced away early.
Wah, keculik si stack.
Contact that potentially DRX could have done some chip damage with, but this is good from FPX. Clearing through middle.
Flashbang.
Actually, not pop flashing through, just swinging it at this point. And stepping pretty comfortably towards the B site. Again, we've already seen the two players go a little deeper.
Sen tuh kalau lu bisa kontrol mid, lu bisa dapat side-nya.
So already kind of falling away, having to respect the amount of ground gained by FPX here. But Buzz looking like he wants to maybe double dip. Now, that's pretty dangerous. Coming on the flash.
Oh, nice. Nice trade, nice trade, nice trade.
Zest found Zipan. Okay, we're in a 3v3 now. Again, weaponry, armor, the lot, but
Ardis AWP kalau kalah, AWP lu diambil sama Zes. Oh, retake dong. Retake tuh. Angle tai ini.
banget dia, Cuk.
Smoke will go up. All invested by Sugetsu, but a great gravity well just outside it.
We've seen him this slips between his fingertips. That could have been something, but now it's nothing.
Wah, ngapiknya bertiga.
FPX playing together as a pack.
Mati ini udah.
Udah ketahuan, udah di side.
Right at the back of the site, 20 seconds.
Wah.
Spikes on the way towards A. There's no messing around. FPX are in full form now.
Turun ke lower.
Still back within 3 rounds
now. Kalau di lower susah banget ini DRX.
Yes. Last few rounds now, you actually look at the financial position FPX find themselves in. Tour de Force online as well, so that's a big factor. Talk about teams stabilizing the economy. So no operator in play for us this time around.
FPX masih 4.000 duitnya.
They slowed down a little bit now.
Apa?
Oh, 3 kali menang ya FPX.
Looking like we might see a flash over the top.
Okay, Hana, welcome back to Definition Silver.
There's deep flash.
Wah, pakai trik yang itu lagi, nggak bisa dong. Wah. Wah. Lalu, aduh dia pakai strategi yang sama.
Left towards CT.
Sama FPX.
Inevitable and it is Angel too sharp with it.
And so we talk about the strength of these early rounds from FPX. A great read from Angel. I'm not even sure actually if he's caught with that.
Sayang banget dia pakai strategi yang sama. Kebaca udah strategi lu yang kayak gitu, Bang.
He's anti-flash.
Such a good read. Coming out of the timeout, they're stacked.
Anti-flash langsung anjing lu lihat tuh. Tuh kan katanya tuh kan dia pakai strategi itu kan tuh kan.
Absolutely called it. And that's lovely though. That's when you get full faith in your IGL. You're starting to feel like the game. You're like, yeah, we absolutely got him on the ropes there. And FPX, we know they've got depth.
Waduh.
Kena tapi tuh.
Similar things. If they get maybe left here, 6 is all they can get. FPX just keep striding forward.
Si heal udah si Angel.
Once again, those first couple of steps towards middle. Commitment behind it too though.
Oh, nge-push, buang round kah?
DRX shift walking immediately through a lobby.
Tak ada. Di B semua ni. Kebi.
Wah, bisa dapat Ardis nih.
Enggak dibalikin
ini dia.
Ujung senjatanya kelihatan.
Kelihatan tapi ke TP makanya.
Now obviously that rifle far from recoverable.
Sugetsu bisa diambil tuh senjata itu. Wah, nice backup Mako anjing.
Fails him out and somehow it's a 3v1.
Yeah, Zipan's knocked.
Yeah,
oh
where
my
the hell
God.
is Ardis in this? Okay, right next to
Mau
him.
di revive kah?
Ardis looks, he wants this pick. He needs one. He needs one now.
Mati.
The timing. Oh, that's.
Mau di revive.
Ya, telat.
He's lost his only teammate. Ardis, can you save yourself? No, this time.
Gila. Gila, bro. Menang 350, bro.
DRX 7-4 now.
Nice one, man.
FPX with the same setup, right? Anticipating aggression. DRX trying to make something work, but there's a massive gap in this attacking setup here.
Nih ya.
Ardis initially in the right position to maybe feel this out, but
dapat 3 loh si Mako
anjing. Marco found that one wallbang, then comes through, gets the pinch in market for the second. Ridiculous stuff from Marco.
Look at the ults. Like they've got how much they.
Nah kan Odin Gimang deh. Odin Gimang deh. Pasti deh. Di map ini tuh Odin tuh udah pasti, guys.
So much to play with.
Nah sekarang udah ngelihat mereka pakai Odin, nanti DRX pakai Odin juga. Next switch side. Which kena tuh, buta tuh, full buta. Wah,
mantep banget, guys.
Anjing mantep. Keculik dah lu.
Wondering actually if they're going to retrieve this orb for Shout. Try and execute on the back of this nightfall.
Abang.
Should at least catch two of the players on the other side.
Dijagain sih. Ada sucking them in tuh.
Completely caught napping and Buzz now down to Tomahawk. It's overwhelmed. Zipan's there from downtown. Zest trying to post this to
oh, mati ya. Nice Zest. Nice Zest.
Okay, it's still a 2v2 standing. Stack's gonna commit. Sends in the ult, gonna spot both players. Horn goes through, but you can see the Nightfall right on back in. Slowing down the pace. Stacks needs a couple of seconds to get himself back up, but a pixel out of place. They're going to know
ketahuan tuh dua-duanya tuh. Jen, dua-duanya Jen.
They've got another Xiao. Still at 1, and now the 1v1, and it's going to be Xiao to close it down.
Aduh, Xiao lu.
Gold already in this game.
Harusnya mereka nge-push Crossfire itu ya.
On Angel of all people here.
Mereka satu-satu sih.
So difficult to stack up for this execute. They still. What is that shot from Xiao? What was that?
Seru nih.
Yep.
You can see he can't believe it. Absolute heroics from Xiao.
I cannot revive.
Well,
cakep lagi Jet.
At this point, DRX set the tone, but FPX met the pitch perfectly. This has been a stunning first half. Let's hand it back to the desk to break down everything.
Wih, Ardis nyusul bus anjir. 13-10.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. All I gotta say is, do you remember the tale they used to tell about the Korean jet, Mimi?
It's
the
back.
Korean jet.
It's back. The fairy tale is real, and Buzz is that guy. He has looked absolutely insane thus far on this map. I've been talking up the DRX role changes, and this is just
319.
Hadiahnya 2, mantap.
Wow. He's playing on this agent. He's effective with the rifle. He's effective with the op, and on the
Dia
defense,
pasti tiap round nge-kill 1 ya si Bas ya.
Yeah, so you can really see how he just controlled the map by pretty much himself, with some help from his teammates, just regaining that map control with all of their
Dalam hati Ben kayak coba gue satu tim sama DRX auto win itu.
Like the entire half with his operator and just really shut down some of these splits from FPX.
Yeah, and he did shut down the split, but Bola, it was a comeback. Nevertheless, FPX, they actually managed to get 5 rounds in the end.
5 rounds is well above the bar I think that they need, right? I'm thinking back to the Furia game that we saw from DRX, and I'm saying, oh my goodness, the attack side rounds, they're hard to come. So there's a significant portion here that I'm wondering, is this good for DRX? It felt like a good half at the beginning, but take a look at this, right? You see the heat map where they're playing it, but also look at the bottom left of the screen. The attack win rate percent, 33%. I mean, they only got 3 against Furia. This is what they've done so far at this, and 6 plants overall. That's, you know, well less than 50%, and that's not what you want from attacking side. That's kind of how the meta has developed, and it's been really hard to watch these attack sides from a lot of teams. It's not just DRX.
And on the other side, you're playing up against FPX, who is one of the absolute best teams at the defense. When Sugetsu is on this stage, they're super adaptable. They have a lot of different setups, and they do well to shut down dive players like Buzz.
Yeah, and just very quickly, Benka, yes or no, was that enough from DRX? Is 7 rounds enough?
This is gonna be hard for DRX just based on what FPX are running. With that Sage, I feel like they're gonna be able to slow down the DRX attack really well. So I don't know. I don't even know how big of a help having 3 initiators will.
Oh, we'll see indeed. I'm gonna toss this back to Pansy and Hypog to get us back into the game. And after such a great first half of this back and forth tale, it does leave us wondering now, as the desk highlighted, is it enough? Obviously, now the proof will always be in the pudding, we have to wait to find out, but it's certainly got our attention now.
Absolutely. If anything, we can look at that Fury game and have a lot of questions, but if we treat it as an anomaly, and we talk about maybe those internal changes for Stacks and talking about how he wanted to come
Kita lihat DRX gimana nih, masuknya nih, entry-nya gimana nih. Mereka jarang banget control mid soalnya. Mereka selalu commit side.
No surprises. See Sugetsu just primed with this wall.
Zipan noting nothing towards the B side, so
wah,
shoring up the intention. Knife, I'm pretty sure connected there, but straight on DRX. It just straight on in. They're already inside.
Oh, nice
Good
trade.
response so far, but I'm looking towards heaven. Okay, Artist gets warded away. He can't stick around any longer. Plant not yet to be committed to.
Oh, mati.
Damn, Zesto! It's just between Zipan and Artist. I thought Zest was good for 1 there, but it's not the case at all. And now Stacks. What? 1v1. Zepan above him, they've got to have noted this before. What can Stacks do here? 8 more seconds on his horn, so he's got time to play with. But does Zipan let him have a moment?
Tahu nggak nih? Masalahnya si Zipan nggak tahu kalau masih di under heaven. Wah, pas banget timingnya.
He's already down towards the ground.
Oh, timingnya pas banget.
Maybe not righting the wrong jet, but getting it on the right track. DRX pick up the first in the second half.
And it's crazy how quickly, actually the knife is invested towards B, and immediately Angel's making his way back towards heaven.
Yep.
A furious exchange actually as these smokes go up.
Duar.
Like 3 different
padahal di gue itu kayak nggak kena loh.
Great recovery from Stacks though.
Clean shot itu palanya.
Dig Artis out. He was down to, I think, 22 HP.
Wait, relax.
But crucial for DRX to get the pistol on the board. Eyes towards round 2. FPX go exploring here.
Bulldog
nih. 3 bulldogs here. DRX, so they can 3
bulldog, 2 Spectre ya.
Sure make use of this range.
Bulldog sih ngebrusnya pedes banget ya.
Tuh kan, lu perhatiin kan, DRX nggak pernah mid control, nggak pernah.
Iya, nggak ada kontrol midnya, nggak ada mereka.
Mereka selalu commit dan mereka paling sering ke A, jadi udah bisa kebaca nih. Ya 4 ronde lah. Tuh kan, tuh rekor lagi ke A. Udah kebaca. Habis ini 3 orang A, 1 mid, 1 B.
Mati lu.
Perfect bait. Sugetsu's found 2.
This crossfire is divine. It's so well placed.
Kebaca. Lu nggak bisa kayak gitu DRX.
As soon as they thought they had him dead, you saw it. Artis waiting with that cross. It was so well timed.
Udah kebaca. Jetnya masuk smoke keluar ke kiri. Udah kebaca.
Means Artis can just post up. Buzz is so confident that Angel's the only person on site.
Strategi lu nggak bisa sama terus DRX, kocak. Lu lawannya pro player bukan gua. Juga ternyata kalau mereka pakai strategi yang sama terus, iya nggak bisa. Tuh kan A lagi kan, capek banget. Lu tuh belajar mid control on.
Iko nggak ada beli armor juga tuh.
Tetap aja kesel gua.
Maybe a chance to overwhelm Angel, but second one way up. Actually 3 detected on the knife. That's huge information from Zipan.
Yeah, so much to work
on now. Backingannya orang Turki.
Mending ke Abos daripada dipecat.
Love these little setups, just kind of in place. Nothing too complicated about it. We've seen a couple of those now. Angel happy to make himself the bait. Smoke goes in, and once again the time.
Aduh, ini smoke hilang pecah nih kepala Angel anjir.
And the response.
Lah, ada yang nge-anjing lolos.
Kan timing bang.
Still, and that is a rifle found. Angel has to pull away.
Wah, timing. Udah masuk semua.
Spike should be able to go down at this point. Who's got the rifle? It's going to be Zest. Now, all the utilities, everything's still sitting with FPX. They still have the upper hand here, excluding the plant. Angel looking to invest the paranoia. And the swing through short going to come in. The smoke dissipates.
Tuh kan.
Oh my God!
Tuh kan.
And Zest is so essential to the outcome. Still going to try to find any information. Buzz is left on 1 HP. Light work for Sugetsu.
1 HP. Kalau di headshot sih nggak ngaruh ya.
And they're going to have to check towards health. They expect at least someone to be standing there, but it's all again down to this. Stacks on top. Xiao drops down. Stack sees it, but it does not matter. Xiao is getting so many valuable rounds for FPX.
What is the start of the second half? It comes right down to the wire. Xiao put in the position to clutch it out.
Lu nggak pernah tahu kalau Messi diem-diem main Valorant, bro.
The counter flash is perfect. I didn't even see Buzz dash behind Zipan there.
Ternyata selama ini top 1 radian global Messi ternyata.
Well played from Xiao as well. The reposition from Zest.
Top 2-nya Ronaldo.
Stacks there in hell.
Ternyata rivalry juga di Valorant.
See what the purchase looks like on the back of that actually, because it's FPX flip round 2, but with the damage done. See what they settle on.
Ada Guero sama Beckham, Neymar juga main kalau nggak salah.
Neymar Apex.
Oh iya, Apex sama ini.
Sama COD Warzone.
A little off kilter here in terms of the purchase.
Kalau main bola kebanyakan mainnya COD Warzone sama Apex.
Yeah, the purchase looking about as stable as a child on a horse.
Sama Among Us.
Expect FPX to start exploring elsewhere. Now the DRX have been stacked up consistently.
Zest mati lu Zest.
Oh ini ke A mulu, udah tau berapa kali A-nya nggak tembus.
Stacks can't give his life away here.
If he was on the money, that was a kill and potentially falling back with his life, but it's pretty
Xiao's
telling.
posted deeper
but look
now.
at Short as well. They're getting proactive across the map. The audacity on FPX
nih,
to be
mati
doing
nih.
this. Oh, the Buzz checks it. Great timing to swing back around and see this.
Mana lu kata.
Somehow DRX actually keeping on top of this.
Oh, Anya clear. Anya clear.
When the contacts come, you got to expect.
Oh, FPX bingung nih. Lo kok nggak nge-push A? Kok nggak sesuai sama?
Wah, gila. Tahu dari mana?
yang punya kru.
Iya, Aguero yang punya kru emang.
Beckham yang punya kru katanya.
Guild Esport.
We're trying to imply entail that B site was going to be the end goal, but with 34 seconds, where else can they go?
I mean, FPX have sent everybody to B site.
Can DRX get there in time? They've got to go, and they've got to go now. They don't know that they have a completely free site.
Wow,
now
wasted.
they're going to nothing noted off the back of that either. No one towards wine, and I love this from RB. Tries to get ahead of this, beating the curve and spots him.
Sebelum ke smoke.
Down zip out of the site.
Udah dapat ini, dapat
drone. Of course, and rightly so. There was 4 against you.
Red's
gonna be invested. Zipan back on his feet.
Zest actually has the Hunter's Fury here. He's in hell at the minute. Could post this on
contact. Gak bisa ini, udah post plan.
Straight up here, but
udah post plan, udah sulit.
Sure, actually how DRX are going to play this if they just tuck in.
Okay, high flash goes in, gives at least the first couple of steps over towards FPX to start clearing through the site. It's going to be on the commitment though. Buzz probably first contact.
Lo masih bisa dapat dua-duanya. Nice. GG udah. GG udah. GG udah. Nice Buzz, gila anjing. Mantep Buzz.
FPX on the way back in.
I thought for a moment there, because it's Marco that falls similar to what we talked about in that first half,
itu titik
there was
balik
going to
itu,
be no
titik balik
fake potential for DRX. But they didn't even need to. They break the wall, it draws everybody from FPX.
Nih, dia dapat dua ini udah menang.
For the res. I'm not entirely sure of the logic there, but DRX thread the needle and find the perfect timing back to A site.
And it is rare you make FPX go to the wrong side to overcommit, to read something wrong. They are such a diligent team in that. They don't normally make those gambles unless it's not even the right call, but the right moment to do it. That time they were outdone. I'm really impressed. Now, last time we saw the FPX timeout come in, it actually did get them back in the right direction for themselves. They were able to reaffirm their position, close in on that scoreline. Good thoughts?
Oh, what, you mean the Prime Vandal? Yeah, absolutely agree.
That side, not the other?
Couldn't agree more. I'll leave it. No context.
Fair enough.
For FPX here though, this time out.
Gue Phantom Gang sih dari dulu.
I'm not sure what you've been able
to. Gue malah nggak bisa pakai Vandal one tap ini.
No, I mean it's good to see it as soon as you're expecting aggression coming out from FPX, or at least proactivity.
Recoilnya beda sama Vandal aja. Gue kebiasaan sama recoil Phantom pakai Vandal, gue bingung mesti one tap 3 tap berhenti 3 tap berhenti.
Credit to Stacks. What happens after that is what kind of baffles me, because the expectation has to be if there's only Stacks that challenges. DRX are set up outside of A or top mid. So that's why it's so peculiar to see A
ke B di akhirnya.
Trying to invest in smoke, almost trying to
3 jaga A tuh. B-nya bisa dapat tuh. Kan di wall kan, probos aja wall lu.
Completely untradeable. There's no contingency in mid whatsoever.
Oh, mau mid control kah?
It's a knife early going over towards short. That should have found both the players there.
That is this.
And it looks
FPX decent read here though. I mean they're sending bodies towards market.
Again, looking at the purchase though.
Ikom 3 orang doang.
Bingung lu mau matiin yang mana reconnya.
Emang anjing ya, meta 2 recon ya.
Finds another fight, wins it. That time it's Angel though. And actually Zipman got himself a rifle, but now just down to Ard is gonna filter through one of the rifles that was dropped off the corpses of his teammates. The timing. Bloody hell. Seconds away then. So he's not gonna connect.
Gak ada raja hari ini.
Well, still so much late round utility invested towards him, so they're going to find out that he was towards CT, but making quick moves.
Teleport's ready. Lo tau udah di kiri. This.
And he may check on it, but to what degree, right? Zest has such a dirty angle to play with.
Mati dah pasti itu.
Artis, still time for the reload.
Harusnya
goes up, handles it,
lu denger step langsung commit. Kocak.
This man can be a machine, but this would need something massive.
15
bullets to play with, and too many targets, too little time. DRX right back into things here.
Apa itu reload katanya?
On the board. And again, this purchase comes at a very precarious time and a half. FPX lose this. DRX find 11.
Peluru kok disimpan.
What's left in the bank here? That purchase is going to look very, very flaky. Tour de Force, the only bonus to come through. Well handled here from DRX. That's with the hero rifle coming through from Angel. Try and make this a little bit more interesting.
Ini langsung Odin yakin gue. Odin terus sama Fate pasti di B. Tuh kan? Udah kebaca. Odin Fate di B.
maybe anticipating actually that information Stax was able to gather earlier.
Odin adalah senjata yang menunjukkan kalau kamu udah desperate untuk menang, guys.
Buzz is faster, there's no messing around
here. Gotta be careful.
Wah, dia nggak tahu.
He always got caught out.
Dia nggak sadar. Halo?
Dealing with the one that goes up, Buzz still wants it on hand.
Wah, dapat itu.
Swing through on CT.
Ya,
Yes, they do. Zipan greets him with a smile and sends out RB and Buzz. Leaving 3 now. Marco up middle, Stax and Zest to try and find some success towards the site.
Just got the read here. You can see the ping coming through on the minimap as well, but Zest desperate to try and mitigate this damage. Back, Marco's got to go huge and Angel big shot.
Bulldog Gamang. Oh,
itu moncongnya kelihatan, bro.
Iya tahu dia lagi nyari info dulu, Bang. Sabar, Bang.
Seconds finds one on the side. Chow now gone, one towards the back of the side. They did knock him earlier,
Wah,
but it's again and the site's his.
anjay.
FPX find it back.
Sugetsu Gimang.
They'll find the headshots regardless. And a crucial round win, is there? What did it say?
FPX Raja comeback. Kita lihat ya.
Beautiful play from Zipman. I mean, just look. Buzz has nowhere to turn. Nowhere to turn. Like I said, that round effectively bails FPX out.
Yeah.
Gives them a lifeline here.
Udah makan topoki dulu ah.
The finances would have been crippled if they'd have lost that. Okay, actually, Artis still just one off the Tour de Force. Zipan one away. Shao and Angel both have their ultimates. Buzz actually played Storm online here.
Kalau kalian kalah nih, gue balik nih ngelatih timnas nih katanya.
Actually, Stax is going to throw a rifle across, and they want to try and convert this one. Probably what they're discussing in this timeout right now.
Lihat terus tuh kill.
Couple more seconds to run through the options.
Saya nonton satu match ini ntar bobo.
Oh, he's found the camera.
Judika anjing pindah jadi coach Valorant.
Judika semir pirang ya.
Still, I'm waiting. I know this sounds bad, right? And forgive me for this, but I shouldn't preface things by saying that, should I? I'm waiting for him to drop. It feels like, because I'm like, oh, it's DRX. We're out of the group stage. When's it gonna go wrong? But they keep doing good things. Have I cursed it? Have I?
I mean, I can't disagree with you, but I mean, I made a comment. If DRX can actually maintain, in terms of the level we've seen here, other than that Fury or Ascent game, that's a lot of damage off the rip.
Okay. So far, let's look at the players. So we've got 3 already towards that A side. A Prowler committed towards middle to clear through, which notes nothing. Pretty indicative so far. So DRX, the opening plan, this kind of
di-cut belakangnya.
Heavier lean towards A. Already being noted very quickly.
I mean, Angel's TP
siapa yang ngangkat orang hold semua?
Enggak, gue pikir mau di-cut tadi sama Omen yang ulti ternyata ke side babi.
Marco will actually relay the information that Angel's not made his way to spawn, but forces DRX to eat up about 30 seconds of round 19.
Manis.
We'll test the waters here. It's not a spot that's been played by any FPX player just yet.
Tomahawk kill keluar.
He'll get to me, has to TP away, but he TP's to hell. I think he's
noted. Of all things, did Buzz see him, or was it just a preemptive shot? I feel as though he saw away. Yeah, now the tether. He's seen it in DRX.
Nice.
Brute force the site.
Zipan kalau ke gap itu. Wah, Odin Gimang.
Robust teams taking sides like this, so drilled on approach, but now
he's got Odin for the
mati Bas. Bas sekarat.
He's so low already.
11 HP, but he's still finding frags. He got Zipan. But it's Shao still standing, so I can't quite wire it off just yet. But if it's with an Odin. If it was anything else, maybe. But DRX did enough. That's 11.
And it's so interesting to see Ardis play that close contact position and the TP not be safe to help.
Ultinya Buzz masih disimpan.
He's going to be noted there. You've got to assume that Buzz is going to dash in. So he's already closed half of that gap towards Hell. I'm not even sure actually if the recon bolt pings in which case, the way the TP works with Chamber, you still see him where he ends up.
Yeah.
And again, it's, I don't know, there has to be a bit more of a robust support system there if Ardis is going to play such a risky position and the TP's not necessarily safe, inverted commas.
Sure.
Oh iya, ada ulti.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, bisa dibeliin nih, nggak ada yang ikut.
I feel like we're just passengers in this game at the moment because Buzz, what, 21 to 14 here. This is a clear. Seemed like he was really trying to hunt down Hell. I don't know if they had seen bolt earlier or anything else, but I'm start getting a little worried now. It's 11 to 8. It's not, you know, out of the realms of reality for FPX to close this one down, but gotta say, DRX starting to look much better.
nggak mau
more stability on the
ini nih. Oh, udah tahu tuh katanya tuh. Udah pasti ada Odin, udah jangan masuk dulu.
Modest though. On B side to start this. DRX just huddled up, looking as if they want to mimic that B split once again.
Wah, gue udah jalan satu. Ini tanggung lah anjing.
Zipan to market. Only has a sheriff.
Oh, dibredet lagi nih.
Shall will he be rewarded this time around?
Shit.
Spraying furiously.
That's big.
Oh, come on. Will be rewarded.
Sick timing on the horn. Still going to spray.
Kena
They're actually going to
lagi
get away now.
Jesus.
For them. Oh.
Wah, Sugetsu nge-whiff.
Yeah, mate, I was going to say fortunately enough on the other side of things, but actually missing most of this.
Can Marco beat him to A side?
I think he can. I think he's actually got him dead to rights here.
Wah, ketahuan.
Sugetsu's fallen.
Sugetsu nge-whiff anjing.
They found the timing. They've threaded the needle. You can't ask for anything better. And Artist and Shao left sweating bullets towards CT. What are you going to do with this? Because 12 is back to on the board now. Plant's going to come in.
The post plan gimana nih?
They're so certain of
Pas
it now.
kejedot itu.
Hearing this, noting this.
RB's got his knife back. He can remove the tour de force here.
And Artist gonna end up feeling.
Posted mid though.
Wow.
And a pick. Marco, mistake made.
Ada dua.
2v3 still not ideal.
Dua under heaven.
The suppressing fire allowing and it was a centimeter away, but Shao ain't dead yet. Now he is. Buzz. Big round.
Aduh, Artis kalau nggak nge-whiff menang loh.
Outdoing FPX.
Beautifully done. Like I said, even just half a second either way, Sugetsu finds that kill on Marco.
Gara-gara Sugetsu nggak dapat yang di mid.
Iya. Kalau Sugetsu dapat di mid juga mereka menang. Nggak, coba kalaupun ini nggak nge-whiff, Artis menang itu. Soalnya si Shao dapat Zest. Artis nge-whiff sih, aduh, dua orang nge-whiff jadi GG guys.
He's had a cracking game.
Absolutely. Feeling himself, confidence flowing. But one more.
Yuk kelarin yuk, DRX yuk. Aku mau bobo nih kan.
FPX now needs to turn it up to 11.
Nah, DRX.
Feeling the pressure. Artist again getting checked on early here. Forced away and noted where he managed to TP back to. So instantly attention for DRX turns towards his B site.
Next. Thank you.
No pressure in mid though, so Artist can pick up the same position once again. All goes down. Actually, Nightfall invested as well.
It's big. They want this round.
Gak dapet ultinya.
Not even a kill. They hold all five alive. FPX ain't out of it yet.
Sugetsu absolutely bailing FPX out.
Savior.
Aduh.
Standing strong on lane. And now
Udah auto-win ini mah kalah guys, malah flawless.
Feeling the pressure of just having to convert one more round.
One enemy remains. Spike down.
What's the next step in the plan? One off the Hunter's Fury, nothing else available. Sugetsu back on that res though.
Mereka nggak pakai strateginya FX ya, abis congein naik sage wall gitu loh.
Langsung main terobos aja.
Iya. Naik sage wall tuh udah enak banget kalau abis dicongein.
As per previous, we'll come back. Market at least will be spotted here on the jump spot.
Aduh, nggak ke-detect lagi. No info.
Nyala tuh pisau tuh.
This time around in B main. Look at 4 players towards mid here. It's just Zipman holding down the fort for the time being.
Oh, tuh main lu mid control lu.
Really damn good at this, but DRX are quick to it as well. Got to commit now, they're forced.
Wah,
Angel fights the first two. Zest still stands. Artist on the backfill denies the follow-up from Zest. Leading on to Marco in main.
Marco,
with 52 seconds. He's lost that
Kata
window of
Mako,
opportunity.
makonci
And
lah
quick
kata
thinking
dia.
from Angel to fill that gap. Zipan playing safe.
It's the layers to that defense, right? As to continue to see the one way goes up, DRX are 3 ahead of it. The fragment forcing just Zest backwards, but the pop flash is on point from Zipan.
12-12 gue udahan ya pokoknya.
Marco just has to ride this one out.
Yep.
Gila senjatanya.
Treasure
itu, armory bagaimana?
Again, I think this calls to the caliber of this game when we talk bigger picture, Mike.
Gue ngelihat
Let's kind of
Oren mati di armory.
Do you think we've actually seen them hit here for DRX? Have we seen these win conditions in place?
I mean, I was almost anticipating, you know, seeing both teams attempt to kind of disrupt.
Ada duit loh.
You come into this and it's very carte blanche, right? You know that both teams are going to play in a certain way. There's a lot of tape. I mean,
12 nih jadinya nih.
24 maps across both of these teams in terms of recent tape, but I haven't seen an awful lot of it. It's been very reactive play. That's why I'm surprised to see some of these mistakes happening, because these are two very disciplined teams. Except for two very heavy default teams. They're looking to collapse on, you know, pressure points around the map.
Sing boss.
I gotta say, FPX for me, standing the test here on defense, but DRX
Bas, ini saatnya lu pentakill, Bas Eros. AKA Ace, Bas. Carry lah teman lu. Inilah. Anjing. Arbi masih 1 digit gitu, Arbi. Aduh. Aduh, temennya nggak ada yang backup loh itu.
An Angel picking up the slack. There's just no way in alone. That is a deadly little duo there.
Percuma, ulti dia.
Yes, is on this lesser perch.
Pas nge-wave lagi, Bas. Wih, Zipan udah senyum tuh tadi tuh. Pas ke retake 3 senyum dia.
To actually get the weapon back up, so Zest and RB with rifles. They still go for this.
Kelihatan itu. Lu lakukan dia di under heaven. Kelihatan dari smoke-nya dong.
That will close the door.
Itu smoke paling ngeselin anjing kalau gitu.
One way smoke ya.
You can already see the exploration beginning on the rest of the map as well. No Ardis. No Sugetsu. But maybe Zest.
Dapat nih.
Buset. Ardis has it in his hands. Bernard's watch business at this point, but RB outdoes him. So let's open up a chance for Sugetsu backfilling that as well. Pop flash goes in, so Sugetsu a little worried about this.
Sugetsu posisinya anjing. Oh, nggak bakal di-expect. Nggak bakal di-expect Sugetsu. Nggak bakal.
Sugetsu can relay.
Nggak bakal dapet.
Oh my god.
Oh, and on the other side, Zipan.
Nggak bakal expect Sugetsu di situ.
Once again, Marco in main. Nothing to do for 18 more seconds.
Just to come back as well, we see Marco disconnected from so many
oh, nice.
early round setups.
Plan.
Spikes down.
Kok ngapain?
Spike-nya di mid.
Ya, spike-nya di mid. Kenapa spike-nya nggak dipegang sama si Marco sih? Bingung gua.
That's what I'm saying. You can't help but feel like if they have that
animasinya di temen doang, di musuh nggak kelihatan guys.
A committed execution. Gonna feel a little more comfortable about it because
somehow we're here.
12-11 now. 3 unanswered rounds from FPX.
One more chance for DRX to close some regulation in map 1.
Odin Gimang tuh, Odin Gimang. Nah, pokoknya ini match terakhir gue guys.
There's a form that they hit and it's just like, how do we get past them?
And this time, only Zipan with the fragment here. Flash comes soon, actually. More damage done on RB.
Oh, and they tried a little more defaulty an approach. They had that little bit of a kind of 3-1-1 split across the map, but Stax gets found early. We'd already seen that proactive work coming out in middle, but this time again, FPX rewarded for their mentality and approach.
Look how deep this kill occurs as well. Look at the death marker on Stax. Reinforce this short hold as well.
Bye-bye, STR, good night.
FPX on the defense here is just so long. There's so many different obstacles DRX have to overcome. That's like I said, in these slow burn rounds. That flash is good though. I'll be unfortunate.
Mati RB.
That's a beautiful.
Oh, mati.
There's no way out of here. How is he alive? 23 HP and he's still standing.
Kok bisa sih?
No way. Is he still going to do damage on this? Of course he is. It's Ardis, the final boss of FPX. 4 of them by side, finally overwhelmed. You can see Angel's back on his feet though, so he's still got such a tough challenge. Marco and Zest, we can do it at the other hand. Flash is excellent. And Zipan's there. And Zest has nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. FPX, the test of time. They stand up to it.
Dong, bos.
Enggak, bos.
DRX just love it.
Udah jam 1, gak bisa
That's the only conclusion to
Love a bit of it. Love a bit of it.
Absolute madness from FPX.
Cabut dulu guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Just the sheer.
Guys ya, gue tidur dulu. Thank you semuanya. Gue harus tidur. Kalau OT nggak bisa. Good night. Have a good night. Have a good day. Have a good sleep. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Stay at home. Love your nation. Cheers guys and bye. Thank you. Peace out. Bam.
As I said, shouts to get to some of the MVPs of prior events. Don't get me wrong, but you do always feel